So, good morning. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to this timely and very important event in collaboration with the Perry Center. There are way too many people to thank for helping us to organize this event, but let me just give a special thanks to three people without whom this would not have been possible. So first, Lieutenant Colonel Jim Marquardt, our Associate Director at the Latin American Studies Program, John McHugh, and Michael Wiener, our Program Coordinator. I'm Monica DeBoll, the Director for Latin American Studies, and as I said, it's an honor to be hosting this event here at SAIS on the many challenges facing the region. As you all know, Latin America is in the grips of a monumental forced migration crisis, with millions of people on the move in Central and South America as a result of organized crime, gang violence, collapsed economies, failed government, failed economies, human rights violations, and the list goes on. Venezuela's prolonged political, economic, and security collapse has created a massive displacement emergency. It is estimated that over 1.5 million Venezuelans have fled the country, roughly 1 million to neighboring Colombia, but also Brazil, Peru, and Ecuador are feeling those shocks. There are growing problems reported at border towns in many of these places. These are border towns that do not have the capacity to deal with these migration flows, so there are a lot of problems happening in South America right now. The situation is equally severe in Central America, where El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras are experiencing the gravest displacement crisis since their civil wars of some 3 decades ago. And the population of these countries faces the threat of aggression, homicide, targeted assassination, extortion, and child recruitment by gangs of narco-traffickers. These severe humanitarian and security crises throughout the region are unlikely to abate. In fact, it is currently expected that the situation will likely worsen in the coming years. So in view of these massive challenges, the Latin American Studies Program here at SAIS has partnered with the Perry Center to convene several panels with very distinguished experts that we're very lucky to have this morning and early this afternoon to discuss the twin security and migration crises facing the region. It is our hope that today's discussion might help shed some light on what else the international community might be able to do to mitigate this very extreme situation. Without further ado, I will now hand the floor over to Lieutenant General Rudesheim, Director of the Perry Center. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank Dr. Monica DeBoll and the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies for co-sponsoring and hosting this forum. The SAIS team has been absolutely fabulous in every way. I'd also like to thank those participating in the panels throughout the day and for you giving your time and sharing your valuable insights. I'd like to also welcome and thank all of you who are attending this forum today, including those viewing this via live stream. So the mission of the Perry Center, and I have had the distinct honor and pleasure of being a director now for just about 8 months. The Perry Center for Hemispheric Defense Studies is to support a network of professionals, and it really is first and foremost about networking, on issues of relating to defense and security in the Americas. The Perry Center has a vast network of over 6,000 graduates throughout the hemisphere, and that's really the secret sauce to what it is that we can do. An important part of our network are the universities and our connections with universities both in the United States and in the Americas. Johns Hopkins SAIS has played a prominent role in helping us better understand Latin America, especially through Latin American Studies program. It's an honor to be associated with SAIS today as we consider some very weighty topics: the crisis in Venezuela, Central American insecurity, Russian and Chinese political influence in Latin America, and so forth. The Perry Center has a world-class faculty, which I couldn't be more proud of, and I'm grateful that two of our members of the faculty can be involved in the discussions today. Dr. Fabiana Pereira, Assistant Research Fellow, and Celina Realuyo, Professor of Practice and a proud alumnus of SAIS. I'd also like to thank the efforts of Lieutenant Colonel Jim Marquardt, U.S. Army, who helped organize today's forum. Jim is an adjunct professor here at SAIS and the Columbia Country Officer at the Office of the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Western Hemisphere Affairs. This kind of collaboration between the Perry Center, SAIS, and the Office of the Secretary of Defense and many other organizations represented here today can help us better understand and bring forth defense and security challenges to then be resolved throughout the region. It's important that we establish trust, confianza, in Washington, D.C. with our many partners in the region. We will now turn to our first panel discussion on the crisis in Venezuela. Thank you all very much.
So I will call on our panelists to join us here up on the stage in a moment, but first let me introduce Dr. Cynthia Arnson. She is the director of the Latin American program at the Woodrow Wilson Center for Scholars. She's a widely recognized expert on Latin American politics, political economy, and international relations, including U.S. policy in the Western Hemisphere. She's quoted frequently in major U.S. and Latin American media and has testified on numerous occasions before the Committee of the U.S. Congress. Her major publications include Rethinking the Economics of War, The Intersection of Need, Creed, and Greed, The Comparative Peace Processes in Latin America, and Crossroads, Congress, the President in Central America, 1976 to 1993. Very importantly, she's a SAIS alumna, having achieved her MA and PhD degrees here at SAIS. So without further ado, I will ask Dr. Arnson to join us here and our panelists as well to please come up on the stage. Thank you.
It's all right. Hey. Thank you. Gracias. ¿Viste? Encantado de verte. Hola. ¿Cómo estás?
Thank you, Dr. DeBoll. Thank you, Lieutenant General Rudensheim, for this invitation to join you, and I commend you for starting today's discussion on this important security-focused conference on Venezuela. As you both have indicated, Venezuela constitutes the most serious economic, political, governance, humanitarian crisis in the Western Hemisphere. The regime is characterized by its growing authoritarianism and repression, by the collapse of the once booming oil sector, the intertwined collapse of the health sector, and related problems of malnutrition and lack of food. There is, as we will hear later, the penetration of organized crime at the highest levels of government, something that has attracted the attention, especially of the U.S. government, in terms of the number of people who have been sanctioned for their involvement in narco-trafficking and human rights abuse. There's also the involvement, some would say deepening, others would say much more skeptical now, involvement of China, Russia, and Cuba in sustaining the regime, at least at a minimal level. As we have also heard, the crisis is hardly contained within Venezuela's borders. It has become a massive refugee crisis for the entire hemisphere. The numbers, I think, Monica, you mentioned 1.5. I think the most recent official figure from the UNHCR and from the International Organization of Migration is 3 million refugees. Colombia has about 1 million of those, and Peru, Ecuador, Chile, Argentina, virtually, and the small countries of the Caribbean. I think no country has really been immune for this. So this is, as we have seen in Europe, something that will transform the politics over the long term and challenge the economic situations in all those countries. We really have a panel de lujo, an outstanding group. My phone keeps timing out, so I'm trying to pull up their bios. I think because we are focused on the security dimensions, we'll start with the impact of the Venezuelan crisis on other parts of the region. So our first speaker will be your friend Juan Carlos Pinzon,
Right.
who is the most recently former U.S. ambassador, Colombian ambassador to the United States. Prior to that, he was Colombia's Minister of Defense. And he will deal and talk about the impact of the Venezuelan crisis on Colombia and perhaps offer some suggestions for how the region can deal with this refugee flow. After Juan Carlos, we'll hear from Fabiana Pereira, who is an assistant research fellow at the Perry Center, who will talk about the nature of the Venezuelan regime, its criminal penetration, and what this means for security in the United States and elsewhere. Then Moises Naim, who probably, because of the number of publications and the years dedicated to this, as well as the number of positions he held within Venezuela before coming to the United States, should have led the panel. He is a distinguished fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. He is a touchstone and an essential reference point for the understanding and analysis of Venezuelan politics. Most recently, an article in Foreign Affairs, which I commend to all of you, to talk and to address the ways that the international community can perhaps assist in achieving a regime change, a transition within Venezuela. And finally, last but not least, David Smolansky, the former mayor of El Hatillo in Venezuela, to talk about diaspora communities and the role that they play vis-a-vis internal dynamics within Venezuela. We don't have a lot of time, so I have asked all of our panelists to make brief introductory statements, and then we will open it to a discussion, a moderated discussion, and also questions from the audience. So we will start with Juan Carlos, por favor.
Well, Cindy, thank you so much. What an honor to be in this wonderful panel with so many friends. And speaking of an issue that is certainly of absolute interest for Colombia, but a real regional issue that matters to many. Happy to be here at SAIS. This used to be one of my schools, so I took classes here at some point of my life, and of course here in Washington with NDU, by the way. That was very helpful on my time as a Minister of Defense, and I'm very impressed. They joined with SAIS and continue to create these policy discussions. Now, on the points. What is happening in Venezuela is very dramatic, and especially from Colombia's point of view. We have seen, according to official numbers, 1.1 million Venezuelans fleeing from Venezuela and staying in Colombia, which does not account at least another 1 million Colombians that used to live in Venezuela that have come back to Colombia after decades. The impact from immigration is not theoretical. It is creating a pressure almost in every city of the country, from healthcare to education to security. And the ugly side and the beautiful side. Let's start by the beautiful side. A lot of human care, a lot of solidarity, Colombians trying to take care of our fellow Venezuelans. At the end, I feel we are the same nation, so that's beautiful. From policy perspective, a very recent decision that implied even that the government, for the first time in Colombia, has created a public policy paper to apply on all layers of policy in the country. It happened less than a week ago, which implies the complication and the complexity of the problem, including the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Healthcare, the Ministry of Defense, every ministry doing its part on this at a very high cost from Colombian budget. We are in the middle of a budgetary stress anyhow, and Colombia has dedicated more than $200 million per year for this very challenge, which is a lot, and maybe too low for the size of the problem. The ugly side. The ugly side is that, of course, security problems are happening. People coming from Venezuela, of course, the great majority, I have to tell, is people looking for a job, people looking for feeding their families. But some few, of course, are creating security problems, street crime, and some, I don't want to use the word, but I have to, some pre-xenophobic behaviors are being seen, especially in cities in the borderline. And it is a major issue, anyway. Now, let me give you my final thoughts on this initial statement. The challenge we have is from strategic proportions. Let me tell you one thing. Every Venezuelan that goes out from Venezuela is a release for Maduro's regime. And we have to think this strategically, because what he is doing is benefiting from throwing people out, not more mouths to feed, and at the same time reducing the capability of the opposition to become a democratic, to have a democratic response. And by the way, from Colombia perspective, in my frank opinion, I feel we are seeing elements of the Venezuelan intelligence looking forward to destabilize Colombia. That's a goal and objective they have. And I think we need to be open, at least to create this hypothesis and this debate, you know, because unfortunately, Colombia has evolved a lot, you know, and it has been a wonderful story on the evolution in security. But let's not forget, the ELN, the current guerrilla, is very active in terrorist activity, but by the way, all their leadership has been living in Venezuela for the past 12 years. The FARC, when they went out, the two top leaders of the FARC, they never came out from Colombia. That I can assure you. They came out from Venezuelan territory. And the first country that legalized the FARC as a political party was Venezuela. And every asset they got there out of drug trafficking, out of criminal activity, was in essence legalized without caring about Colombian victims from kidnapping and terrorist activity. I think those issues need to be addressed. And of course, they have been in the past 10 years basically going to the arms market and getting a lot of weapons from Russia and China. Do we see a conflict, military conflict, as a conventional idea? Well, probability is very low. That has been always the assessment and the estimation. But the military assets are there. And in a regime that has proven to be not responsible with its own people, you cannot ask them to be responsible with others. So it's an issue at least to keep an eye. And when they become clients of other countries, other extra-regional powers, you described that very well. We have Iran, Russia, some others even say China on a different perspective, more business-wise. But at the end, those challenges need to be seen. So from Colombia perspective, to end this part, this is not anymore an issue of immigration, an issue of taking care of a population, which matters a lot, but it is becoming a strategic challenge. And it's a strategic challenge to the region, because by the way, you know, people fleeing from Venezuela is hoping to come to the United States. They look a lot to go to Peru, to Chile, to Argentina. And we need to figure out this in a regional way. So this policy paper that Colombia put together, I think is valuable, is useful, is a clear signal of the importance. But at the same time, I'm here to tell you that I welcome very much the discussion, because the resources that are required there are important to humanitarian care for these people, but also security perspective. I'm inviting you today to come out of this conversation thinking that all of us have a regional challenge with the Venezuela case, and it requires strong policy, conversation, and solutions. We have underestimated for almost 15 years this situation, and it has come too far to the level that is becoming, frankly speaking, dangerous.
Thank you. Fabiana.
Thank you, Cindy, and thank you to our organizers, especially SAIS, for opening the doors and allowing us to have this discussion here today. So I was asked to talk about the security challenges presented by the Venezuelan regime. And I want to start by saying that if we were having this discussion 15, maybe 20 years ago, the biggest security challenge would be related to the collapse of oil output. We would be talking about oil markets, we would be talking about energy and security in the region. That is not the case today. I contend that the biggest security challenge stemming from the situation in Venezuela has to do not so much with the regime itself, but with the decline in state capacity that the regime has brought about. Venezuela is the second weakest state in the Western Hemisphere. It's second only to Haiti. In this situation where the state does not have control of the territory and its people, creates security challenge that I want to discuss. I want to focus on three specific things. First, even as the state does not have control over its territory and control over its people, it still enjoys status as an internationally recognized state. In the absence of rents from oil, the Maduro regime has been trying to monetize the status of the state by offering it as a haven for non-state actors and international pariahs. In the non-state actor category, the United States government recently highlighted the influence of Hezbollah in the region, even calling for Venezuela to be recognized as a state sponsor of terrorism. Ambassador Pinzon highlighted the presence of the ELN in the southern part of Venezuela, which is made possible by lack of control over the territory from a state perspective. In the international pariah category, President Rouhani of Iran was one of very few international leaders to congratulate Maduro on his re-election in May. A great number of other international leaders are refusing to accept his new mandate, which begins January 10 of next year. North Korea is in Venezuela, even today. The links between Venezuela and Turkey, which is less of an international pariah, but still not an ally of the West at the time, are becoming stronger as Venezuela sees an opportunity to sell gold to Turkey. This is made possible because Venezuela is an internationally recognized state where these groups that don't have access to financing, don't have access to passport, don't have access to resources from other places can come and gain strength. So that's my first point. The second point related to international capacity is that as the decline in state capacity has come about, so too has economic decline. In an attempt to stay in power, the regime has had to really try to shore up support and shore up monetary support, which has invited new friends, new allies to the region in the form of Russia and China, who now, as the economic decline continues, hold inordinate leverage over the country. And I understand that there's an afternoon panel will go into this more deeply. My third point relating to the decline in state capacity has to do with the southern part of Venezuela. The southern part of Venezuela, where the ELN is operating, is also a region that is very rich in minerals. Minerals, unlike oil, are easy to extract, untraceable, and can be sold very quickly for large amounts of money. So this creates an opportunity for illicit groups to operate without supervision or control in the southern part of the country. All of these three security challenges were created by the regime insofar as the regime allowed this deterioration in state capacity. And to bring back the country, definitely a first step would be to remove the regime and to have a democratic regime take control of Venezuela. The problem with the security challenges stemming from the decline of state capacity is that these security challenges that I highlighted are going to continue to be present on the first day that a democratic administration takes power. So that a change in regime is necessary, but not sufficient to restore security in the country and in the region. All of these security challenges transcend borders very easily. I think the panel really highlights how easily this spreads beyond Venezuela. So it should be a concern to everyone. I again want to emphasize that the first step is democratic governance for Venezuela. And part of the question that had been asked was how we would get this. If I had the best idea, I probably wouldn't be here. But I think part of the idea, in my perspective, Maduro is hanging on to power because he perceives the cost of exit to be a lot higher than the cost of staying in power. So any intervention from the international community has to look at how do we lower the cost of exit for Maduro, or highly increase this cost of staying in power. International sanctions are a way to do that, but they're not sufficient if they're coming only from the United States. We need international coordinated sanctions to really make staying in power seem less attractive. In addition, any solution or way forward for Venezuela has to include or take into account these new allies that the regime has brought into the region. Russia and China are heavily invested in Venezuela, and while they do have a long-term time horizon when planning and when thinking about these investments, they do want to get something out of it, and that's a factor that needs to be considered. Most immediately, this decline in state capacity means that the government of Venezuela is not protecting the Venezuelan people, and that I think is a key area for the international community to step in and offer protections and humanitarian assistance to the Venezuelan people beyond what we have seen so far. What we have seen so far is insufficient, as we also see reports of human trafficking of Venezuelans, which would not be happening if we were providing a robust response to what is the biggest humanitarian crisis that the region has seen in decades.
Fabiana, thank you. Moises.
Thank you, and thanks for inviting me. So I was asked to speak about the international community and the reaction to Venezuela's humanitarian and security crisis. Let me engage you and ask you, who is the international community? Give me some examples. Say something.
U.S. government.
Huh?
U.S. government.
The OAS is the international community. Who else? And Europe. And
Latin America.
and
Latin America.
the rest. Not clear, right? Who is the international community? And the international community varies, the definition and the intervention, depending on the country. The international community for Yemen or for the Rohingyas is different than the international community for Venezuela. So it's not clear who you call. What's the phone number for the international community? It's a famous Kissinger question, right? You know, if I want to talk about with Europe, who do I call, right? So that's the first point to keep in mind. The second point is, what is a humanitarian crisis? Why are humanitarian crises so visible and others so invisible? There is an interesting article from a few years ago in Foreign Policy magazine where we ask, why is it that some crises attract so much attention and resources and political interventions and solidarity, and others are invisible? The answer to that question was that very often, first it has to do with interests and power and all the usual things, but it also has to do with borrowing audiences. So the Venezuelan crisis now has gotten a lot of attention, recently even more because of the indictments and all of that, but it's perfectly imaginable that it will fade out of interest. So borrowing audiences, in a lot of these crises, an international figure of stature with a lot of followers becomes engaged. Angelina Jolie goes to some place. Madonna goes to some other place. Lady Gaga has 88 million followers. Katy Perry has 107 million. Rihanna has 88 million. Just imagine that one like them, or one of them, decides that Venezuela is a cause that deserves attention and starts mobilizing through social media, all of that. All of a sudden, the answer to my question to you of who is the international community includes Rihanna. This is just to show you, Venezuela is an exceptional situation. Venezuela has a lot of unprecedented challenges. And one of the challenges is that we have no words to explain correctly what is going on there. Words fail us. Old ideas or traditional ideas about what to do in a situation like this fail us. Venezuela is a very complicated case in which you have overlapping dramas. And some have been mentioned, of course. A failed state, you said. Of course, it's a failed state. It's a state without capacity to perform the basic function of a state. But it's also a criminalized state, as Ambassador Minister Pinzon said. But it's also another thing. So it's a failed state, and it is a criminalized state, but it's also an occupied state. It's Cuba, right? Let's bring Cuba to the conversation. Very few important decisions in Venezuela are made without the intervention or the decision or the shaping of the Cuban government. Very often decisions, government decisions, are more aligned to the interest of Havana than to the interest of Venezuela. And so, you may not call that an occupation. An occupation was, Germany invading France. That's our traditional idea. But there are 21st century ways of invading that do not require tanks and cruise missiles and ships and commandos parachuting behind the enemy lines. There are cyber ways of invading a country. There are stealthy ways of interfering and running a country. And so Venezuela is, in many ways, an occupied country. So it's failed, is a failed state, is a criminalized state, is a occupied state, but it's also a narco state. Venezuela used to be a petro state. Now is a narco state. I would venture that the Venezuelan economy now, today, is more driven by crime than by oil.
Right.
Oil, after all, this year I think we are at 1.3 million or 1.2 million. Per capita, in terms of barrels per day divided per person, that is something like Venezuela was producing 50 years ago, 60 years ago, a number like that. So Venezuela is declining oil production. Venezuela is ceasing to be a petrostate and is increasingly becoming a narco state. This is the texture and the context for what I think, answering the question I was asked. I have three categories. One is keeping the drumbeat up. Second, the helping hand part. And the third is recover and relaunch. Let me deal briefly with each one of them. The drumbeat needs to be kept. We need to make sure that Venezuela continues to be on the headlines, it continues to be in the minds and in the hearts of the very generous neighbors. I want to second what Ambassador Pinzon said about the welcome, the humane ways in which Venezuelan desperate people that are all they're looking for is some food and some medicines. And they have been treated extremely generously by the Colombians. They have not been treated as generously by other countries. I think Brazil's response so far deserves criticism, while Colombia's response so far deserves applause, recognitions, and gratitude forever. Mm-hmm. But that needs to continue. We need to keep the Venezuelan tragedy in people's minds and in people's hearts. And we need to borrow constituencies. We don't have the constituency that is needed. We need to borrow the constituency. My point about Lady Gaga was just an example, but there are other ways of borrowing constituencies and creating that kind of support. And of course, we need the usual suspects. We need you mentioned it, you need the OAS, you need the European Union, you need the United States, you need the Gates Foundation, you need the Open Society Foundation, you need Mercosur, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch. You need all of that, all of that. But of course, all of that becomes a highly fragmented, fractured panorama in which who do you call? Who is the phone number? Who coordinates? Who manages the plethora of institutions that are involved? So what is very important is do not allow the situation to become the new normal. And there is a peaceful coexistence. We should not allow the international community, in any way in which we define it, to have a peaceful coexistence with Venezuela's tragedy. We need to keep banging and insisting that the Venezuelan tragedy, with all the categories that I mentioned, occupied and narco state and failed and criminalized, all of those categories have to be up front and center. So that's one. The helping hand, and Ambassador Pinzon already mentioned money. These things need money. This is a tragedy that requires money at a time in which all of these countries are under a very severe fiscal situation. In Colombia, they're having a fierce debate about the fiscal situation and what to do, how to adjust costs and all of that. So in the middle of that, where there are important cuts in expenditures and social programs, come the Venezuelans, taxing the schools and the hospitals and the cities. And that is creating the situation. We need to mobilize assistance for the world. It's unfair to just have all the burden on the neighboring countries, and especially Colombia. The same is happening in the islands in Aruba, Curacao, so on, even Trinidad. Everywhere around Venezuela, there is an element of this tragedy. But we need, the helping hand is there. We need to provide jobs. We need to provide papers. We need to create a migration situation for Venezuela. I want to call out on the Trump administration. The Trump administration talks a tough talk about Venezuela, which we welcome, and that's good. But look at what they have done in practice. Give me one example of anything that the Trump administration has done for Venezuela that implied any costs for them. Zero. It's all talk. So we want to see, for example, it is very important that the Trump administration does something with the refugee status and the status of Venezuelans in the United States. We want papers. And that's not going to happen, of course. But the tough talk needs to be called out. If you want to talk tough about Venezuela, you want to help Venezuela, help them, because they need your help with their status in the United States. Work permits and all of that. Finally, and I'll finish here with the third category. The first, drumbeat; the second, helping hand. The third is recover and relaunch. Venezuela will need to be recovered and will be recovered. I don't know when, but it will be recovered, and it has to be relaunched as a nation in a variety of ways, from discussions about values to discussions about the role of the state to discussions about how it inserts itself in the international community, and very important, perhaps one of the first instances of the 21st century in which an oil petrostate becomes a non-petrostate. How is Venezuela without oil? I venture that it's going to be a much better country if we rethink it, if we relaunch it, and if we keep paying attention to its tragedy. Thank you.
Moises, thank you. David.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you so much for inviting me. Well, I was asked to talk about the role of the migrants, the diaspora, and this is even beyond that, because we're having a refugee crisis. I started to work at the OAS 2 months ago, coordinating the working group to address the migration refugees crisis in the region, Venezuelan refugee crisis in the region. And this is a human meltdown. I want to be very clear, this is the biggest migration and refugee crisis that Latin America has ever had, and it's the biggest migration and refugee crisis at the moment in the Western Hemisphere. According to the UN, we participated last week with them on the Keynote meeting, the second Keynote meeting in Ecuador. At least 3 million Venezuelans are migrants or refugees since 2014. Our projection is that the year will end between 3.2 and 3.3 Venezuelan migrants and refugees. 5,000 Venezuelans are fleeing the country daily. That's 208 per hour. So in this panel, after we finish, 208 Venezuelans have fled the country already. Colombia, which as a Venezuelan, I'm really grateful all the effort that you have done. 1.1 Venezuelans are in Colombia registered. Maybe it's more than that. Ecuador, 250,000 Venezuelans. Peru, 500,000 Venezuelans. Chile, more than 100,000 Venezuelans. Argentina, 130,000 Venezuelans. Brazil, almost 100,000 Venezuelans. Mexico, more than 70,000 Venezuelans. Panama, more than 200,000 Venezuelans. So this is something that is a regional crisis. And if you focus on the number, obviously Colombia is the country that has the highest amount of Venezuelans. But if you go to percentage, Curaçao is the highest in the region. 15% of the Curaçao population is Venezuelan. 25,000 out of 160,000 of the Curaçao population is Venezuelan. An island that used to be visited by Venezuelans to do tourism now are receiving refugees. And there are some problems there, like in Trinidad and Tobago, where there are more than 40,000 Venezuelans. So this is something that the longer Maduro stays, the more people are going to flee. Venezuelans are the second largest refugee population in the world at the moment as we speak, only behind Syria. But Syria has been in a war for 70 years. We have not been formally in a war, and we have not had a natural catastrophe. But there are more Venezuelan refugees than in South Sudan, than in Afghanistan, than in Somalia, than in Myanmar. Only Syria is above Venezuelans. And if Maduro manages to stay a year or a year and a half, probably we're going to be the same as Syrians. So the best solution for the migration and refugee crisis is to restore democracy in Venezuela, is to recover freedom, is to have a country of plenty of opportunity, is to diversify the economy and not only be a petro state, and to relaunch a nation. I really like what Moises said. I mean, we need to relaunch a nation. I think in the past, when Venezuela was an example of democracy in the region, Venezuela was not known, unfortunately, to be an example for democracy. Venezuela was known maybe to be a country that produced oil. It was known as a country that export women to participate in Miss Universe. But maybe the generations before didn't say what was, in my opinion, the most important thing, that Venezuela used to export democracy, used to export freedom, and used to export rule of law when there were a lot of dictatorships in Latin America, armed conflicts, hyperinflation. And in 1961, 7.5% of the Venezuelan population was migrant. 7.5% of the Venezuelan population, just 50 years ago, was migrant. Now, 10% of the Venezuelan population is a refugee. So we need to handle this situation. I call it that we need a friendly hand and strong arm. The friendly hand is that we need, I mean, as we said, we need money than that. The refugees need the opportunity. I just visited the border last week. I've been in the border 6 times in the last 5 months, 4 in Colombia, 2 in Brazil. And you find 3 things that Venezuelans say. First of all, I didn't want to flee my country. I just did it against my will. And I'm separated of my family. I said goodbye to my parents and to my grandparents. The second thing that they say is I just want to go back. I can't wait on the day that I could go back to my country. But the third thing, which I really like, is I want to work. It's incredible. Venezuelan refugees in Brazil, in Ecuador, in Peru, in Colombia. Last week we went with 70 ambassadors of the OAS. Venezuelans said, we just want the opportunity to work. So we need, the friendly hand is that just we need to I think Declaración de Cartagena of 1984 is very clear when they expand the concept of refugees and say that a refugee is a person that suffers from human rights violation, restriction of liberties, insecurity, and all of those things are happening in Venezuela. So Venezuelans need to be considered as refugees. And if they are considered as refugees and we have a regional response, because this is not an individual response, it's going to be something that Colombia responds in some way, Peru responds in some way, Brazil responds in some way. No, you need something very similar in the whole region to have them on the regular status, to have permission to work, access to healthcare, access to education, legal assistance, infrastructure, and those things are the friendly hand. The strong arm, the strong arm is that we need to denounce the dictatorship. This is the worst dictatorship by far that we have had in Venezuela. With due respect to maybe other Latin American countries, probably this is the worst dictatorship that Latin America has ever had. And I think that dictatorship is not enough for Maduro. This is a failed state, a criminal state, a mafia state that has territories occupied, that ELN is recruiting kids and teenagers that are fleeing the country to be with them on the illicit activities, which is way cheaper than to have a teenager, a Colombian teenager, and that's a problem that is not only affecting Venezuelans, that is not only affecting Colombians, but it's affecting the region. So we need to understand that Maduro's regime is not only affecting Venezuela. Maduro's regime is a threat to the region. It has become influence zone from the Russian Federation. There is Chinese interest. Erdogan is going to Venezuela the next day. It's the first ever visit from a Turkish president to Venezuela. Maduro has been there twice, and it's very nice for Russia to have, or to China to have someone who is very close to the United States and to play geopolitics in Latin America. So, I'm just to finish on the humanitarian aid, I just was so impressed that in the Maicao hospital, Maicao is the border of Venezuela on the northern side, 70% of the women that are giving birth are Venezuelans already in a Maicao hospital in Colombia. In the hospital of Norte Santander in Cúcuta, between 30 and 40% of the women that are giving birth are Venezuelans. But also this is happening in Brazil, in Boa Vista, 2 hours and a half from the Venezuelan border. At least 70% of the women that are giving birth in the Boa Vista hospital are Venezuelans. In Brazil, you see already 14 refugee camps with almost 6,000 Venezuelans who are literally in a camp. And I visited, and it was just like, I felt that on the things that you see in Turkey or Jordan was really hard for me as a Venezuelan to see that. And I understood this regime when last year I was still in Venezuela before I was removed and illegally under arrest warrant. And I went to the protests on 120 consecutive days. And Maduro was really clear against us that he's willing to kill to keep power. And he killed 157 Venezuelans, innocent Venezuelans. I had to bury 5 of them on one of the cemeteries that was in El Hatillo. And I totally understood that, I mean, if they have to go in flame, they will go in flame. It seems like that, because they killed 157 innocent Venezuelans last year, that we were just asking to have free and fair elections, that we were just asking to have to recognize the National Assembly, and we were just asking to have our political prisoners released. So I'll keep it to that, and thank you so much again for inviting me.
Great. Thanks for all of these presentations. I'm going to ask, I think, what for me is the million-dollar question. Moises has, I think, very poignantly pointed out that there's no phone number to call for the international community. But the question is, what will bring about regime change, a restoration of democracy, elections, some form of transition in Venezuela, and what can be done from outside Venezuela to help bring that about? There are people who have advocated, tightening sanctions, putting Venezuela on the terrorism list, state sponsors of terrorism. I mean, all of those things are justified in a political and in a moral sense. Are they effective? And so I would like to start, I guess, with Moises and David. I think it's also clear that the region needs more resources to deal with the number of refugees that have fled Venezuela. But I'm talking about what will really bring about change. And Moises, I would simply point out that some of your writings have really taken the position of containment, wait, hope that the continued manifestations of opposition activity will at some point coalesce or change. Does change have to come from within? How is that going to come about? Anyway, a lot of the big questions about how to make this happen.
That's a very elegant way of calling me an appeaser.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I did not call for waiting or for, I essentially am very worried about the notion that there is an easy way out with an armed intervention.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I am not against an armed intervention. I am for an armed intervention, provided that it's part of 10 more things that happened before it, and that there is clarity about 20 other things that need to happen after it. So an armed intervention has to be part of a strategy. The strategy needs organization, institutions, and management. So unless we have that, we'll end up in Libya. Libya is now, Libya had a quote unquote a very successful armed intervention, right? You know, they came, they took out Gaddafi, and here we have. Well, what do we have now? We have a country that is fractured, that has 2 or 3 governments, depending on when you ask, and is not a functioning country, and with a lot of casualties. So all I'm saying is, whoever advocates against patience, and I'm not suggesting patience, I'm also suggesting it's a strategy. Tell me, if you're going to go with the armed intervention, tell me what happens first. Who are the international, how do you get the international support of that? Who are the countries that are you going to go to the Security Council? Are you going to go to the OAS? Who is going to give legitimacy? And also, who is going to put the blood and money? Who are the forces that are going to do that? Is the president that is going to go to his Congress and said, you know, I want to send our soldiers to free Venezuela? Do you think that they're going to get a vote, a yes vote? Do you imagine President Duque going to his Congress and said, you know, we have a fiscal crisis, we have our own crisis, but now I also want you to authorize me sending my soldiers to Venezuela, and I need money? Or President Bolsonaro? Or he may talk about that, but will he go to Congress and do it without Congress? So all I'm saying is, we need a strategy. We need something that may include an armed intervention, but that is an illusion. It's an irresponsible point of view, because it creates illusions and it creates a distraction and makes people think that there is an easy way out. There is no easy way out. The opposition needs to regroup. The opposition needs to coalesce. Their opposition needs to be different from what it has been until now. Secretary General Magro is fond of saying that the opposition in Venezuela is unable to be the opposition because they are hostages. It's very hard to sit with the government representing the opposition when you know that that person across the table can send you to what we call the tomb. The tomb is a torture chamber that exists in Venezuela. So how do you deal with an opposition that has to face a government that, as David said, is willing to kill you? So there has to be a diaspora that is more politicized, that is better organized, that is immune to the interferences of the Cuban intelligence services. The Cuban intelligence services have been brilliant at fragmenting, co-opting, undermining, interfering, distorting the works of the opposition. The Venezuelan opposition today is so weak because its main leaders are either in jail, are dead, are in exile, or are unable to participate in politics. So if you are a very successful, a very effective member of the opposition, like him, you are in exile, because if he had stayed in Venezuela, he would be in jail. So, you know, we need to start thinking about who is the opposition, how to organize the opposition, and when, and provide a phone number. Hopefully, there will be a phone number that you call when you call the Venezuelan opposition. Today, if you say, I want to talk to the opposition, who do I talk to? Well, depends who you ask and when. So, Venezuelan opposition needs to regroup. The Venezuelan diaspora needs to be politicized and organized. There needs to be a strategy about thinking about the transition, about how to get rid of the government, of this regime. That includes a resistance in Venezuela, but also a very active and more efficient opposition in the diaspora.
Reid.
Well, I think the table has 4 legs, in my opinion, that we could work, especially in the next weeks, that maybe could create a fracture inside Venezuela. The first one is that we need to continue the advocacy to increase the pressure from the international community. I think there are a lot of things that the international community could still do, like more individual sanctions. Sanctions of the people that surround the high officials from the regime, restrictions of traveling of those high officials in Latin America, because they could travel with no problem in Latin America. Second, even though we haven't had this year the same protests that we had last year, in Venezuela there's 25 daily protests with an average of between 200 and 300 people every day protesting. Lack of food, lack of medicine, insecurity. And I think in this moment, it's not the quantity of people that participate, it's the quality of the protest. I prefer to have a protest of 300 people, 4 blocks from Miraflores, than 100,000 people kilometers away from Miraflores. And that's what Maduro really fears, and that's happening every day. And I think the opposition leaders need to promote and be with them and respect the leadership of the ones that are organizing their communities. Third, the National Assembly this is something really unusual, that in a dictatorship, failed state, criminal state, mafia state, the opposition controls the parliament, which is the only legitimate institution still is in Venezuela, that will have a new president in January and vice presidents. So I think it's really important to try to keep the National Assembly. And I'm saying this because on January 10th, this Maduro period that has been robbed since 2013 formally ends. And in the constitution in Venezuela, when there's no president, there's no vice president, doesn't say who runs. And in my opinion, and there are a lot of lawyers, constitutional lawyers in Venezuela, very respected, say that the National Assembly should run or should assume government functions. And that's a debate that I think we need to do in Venezuela. And because you have the parliament, it's legitimate, it's institutional, it could be constitutional, it could have the support of the people, it could have the support of the international community. You are not asking for a military intervention, you're not asking for a civil war, you're not even asking to having people protesting, you're just defending what the people expressed 3 years ago, and they could have government functions. And fourth but not least, which is the most difficult but important one, an institutional armed forces. Venezuela has 2,000 generals. That's more than the whole NATO. Those 2,000 generals are the ones who protect Maduro, are the ones who have political privilege, economic privilege, are the ones who are involved in the criminal economy. But the middle and low-range officials are suffering from the same problem as any Venezuelan. As I said before, I've been in the border many times, and I am impressed how many police and soldiers I have seen in the border literally escaping from Venezuela, but organizing there. So you have the intelligence, the SEBIN in Colombia operating, infiltrating, but also you're having soldiers and police that deflect from the regime. And in the last year, there has been 5 military and police movement in Venezuela that with the support of the Cubans have been dismantled. But we should not underestimate that. And almost 50% of the political prisoners in Venezuela right now, almost 200 out of 400, are soldiers who have been tortured. So, I mean, the armed forces are not united protecting Maduro. They are suffering the same problems as any Venezuelan. The thing is that it's very difficult for them to organize. But there's no way that you can conquer power if you have an armed forces against you. You need armed forces not protecting the opposition or a political party or a specific leader. You need the armed forces to obey the law, to obey the constitution that says that the armed forces are to guarantee the security of the territory and its citizens. So if you are able to manage all those 4 things, maybe somehow we can have a fracture in the regime.
I want to turn it over to the audience very quickly, but I have a question for Juan Carlos and I have a question for Fabiana. Juan Carlos, the question for you is, how long can Colombia continue to receive the numbers that it has received? As Moises pointed out, there are fiscal constraints, there's the fiscal rule, there are very contentious efforts to reform the tax code to raise revenue. Even though there has been some international support, at what point does Colombia say, can't do this anymore, ya no más? For Fabiana, just so you can think about it, are there any examples in the world that you can think of where there has been some form of transition where the state has been so penetrated by organized crime and criminal elements. Juan Carlos, let's do it briefly so we can take a couple questions.
Wonderful. Well, first, I think it's important to elaborate from what Moises has explained. There's no strategy. And what we have done, most of countries, is responding by case-by-case scenario, by different situations. So Colombia now, of course, is very much into this because we have Venezuelans already in. So now we're trying to respond to that. But nobody's really thinking, how do we handle this? Some 3 years ago, probably in this same room, we were having a discussion on Venezuelan humanitarian crisis. At that time, immigration was happening. It has happened for 20 years now. Step by step, Venezuelans have been fleeing the country. But we start to speak about humanitarian crisis 3 years ago. What was humanitarian crisis at that time? Very simple. No food, no medicines, no jobs. So the regime was starving its own country by terrible policies and, by the way, to keep themselves in power. And somehow supported by an external power. It's fun to analyze, and this is just for experts. There are very few cases in which a small country takes over a big country. And I think Moises elaborated that very well. Somehow Cuban policy has run Venezuela. And, for their own interests and, of course, in the very bad consequences for Venezuelans. Going back to my point was that at that time, when we saw the humanitarian crisis, we said, we need to plan. Let's engage World Bank, let's engage IDB, let's engage the US, let's engage OAS. Where's the plan? At the end, we have made Maduro's regime life very easy. I will insist, every time a Venezuelan comes out of Venezuela, there's only one winner, Maduro's regime. So we will have to think through this and maybe start to think on several issues. Number one, Maduro regime has been promoting terrorism against Colombian people. And I think we need to do a very strong statement onto this and not just allow this kind of idea that the border is very simple, very weak, and they just live there. No. They are living in Venezuela just because they are allowed to. The Venezuelan sovereignty has been broken apart for many years now by the decision of the regime, first Chavez, then Maduro. And of course, they support logistically, ideologically, and sometimes even militarily, actions against Colombian people. So that's number one. Number two, starving a nation is a human rights violation. During the presidential campaign, first of all, President Duque went to Hague and in essence brought a cause on human rights violations for political rights and of course for starving a population. And in my case, I sent a request to the Human Rights Commission of the Inter-American Organization on the idea of promotion of terrorism. There are no legal cases really moving fast onto this. And this is the real pressure. We need to, set up precisely, Moises, to create the institutions to move forward, because it's not just about talking loud. Loud talking doesn't solve problems. Frankly speaking, I learned that already in my life. It's a plan and it's an action. And of course, it's using the whole legal framework that we have for this. And I think this should be stated at a very high level to the extra-regional powers. Let's go and see it with Russia. Russia is what it is, but I mean, you have to show what is going on in Venezuela in these levels. You have to go even to China and tell them, look, your money's at risk. I think that's very important. Now, in the short term, I think we are getting to the point in which immigration crisis is not feasible anymore for a country like Colombia. I have to tell, when I saw last week this policy paper, it's very hard to think, as you explained very well, that in the years to come, We have a real fiscal constraint, a lot of people of our own having social and economic limitations, and suddenly you're now saying that our own money is going to fund Maduro's problem. It's not Venezuelan people we're talking about, it's Maduro's problem. So we're getting to the limits. Actually, I will even bring a thesis to discuss. Should we start to think about creating some kind of refugee camps in the border better? So Maduro sees them every day, so we will feed people, we will train people, but at the end, they will be trained to go back. Maybe we have to do that. And he will need to feel this pressure. But of course, in order to do that, we need UN funding, worldwide Latin American resources that can allow this to happen. But maybe we should, instead of playing their strategy, we need to create our own strategy to create the pressure of the Venezuelan people to him, not to the rest of the world. That'll be a little bit of my idea onto this point.
Fabiana.
So as you said, Venezuela will not be the first country to transition to democracy. From an academic perspective, here's what we know about how countries transition to democracy. There's three kind of separate things. The first one is economic decline is a big catalyst for regime change. Neither democratic regimes nor autocratic regimes can sustain economic decline. In the case of Venezuela, for economic decline, check, check, and check. The second thing that we know about how countries transition regimes is that there has to be a fracture on the regime from the inside. I think this is what the sanctions are achieving. We're seeing people kind of being pitted against each other, people going to jail, Chavez's former bodyguard being extradited from Spain. So I'm not as confident on the second point with the check, check, and check for internal fracture of the regime, but I think one check, that's headed in the right direction. The third one is that dictatorships, and especially recent dictatorships, end with a dictator either dying, as was the case in Libya, or seeking exile, as was the case in the Gambia, the most recent dictator. Even when we think about our own region, Fujimori's term in Peru ended with him resigning from Japan. In Chile, Pinochet also did not stay there to face the music. I think David is right, this is a criminal regime, and I don't think they're willing to stay there and face the consequences for their actions. So I think a transition has, any transition and thinking about what the state is going to look like after the transition needs to think that the leadership of the regime is either not going to physically be in the country or not going to be physically with us in the world somehow. There is no transition where the regime and the opposition sit at a table, whether because the opposition is maybe not organized or because this is not, definitely this is not the direction that we have seen transitions take place recently. So what's going to happen is the opposition would take place, a democratic government would take place, rebuilding the state would start from the Constitution, rewriting the Constitution, and the Constitution will be written by the winners. And I think that will be an opportunity for democratic winners, the opposition winners, whoever's sitting at that table, to recognize that this whole regime started in part from the exclusion of a certain number of people from participation in political power, and writing a constitution that incorporates all Venezuelans, where everyone feels connected and feels called to respect and protect the Constitution, such as then that can be used as an instrument to prosecute and try to weed out criminal elements that have made progress in the region.
Right. So it sort of begs the question of what, if any, exit ramp exists for members of the regime. I'd like to take a couple of questions. I believe there's a microphone somewhere. Yes, people here have the mic. If you could raise your hand and identify yourself, please keep the questions brief. There was a hand here. Sir, all the way up front. Let's take two or three in sequence and come back. I know we're running out of time.
Hi, thank you all for coming here and speaking to us. My name is Roderick O'Connor. I'm a SICE student here in first year and also a military officer. My question is, with Venezuela, who signed the Charter for Democracy back in 2001 with everyone else, does this give OAS enough leverage to potentially use the January 10th due date to step in and also potentially join on to some of the existing sanctions as a whole? And what do you think would be the effect of that?
Okay, and in the back over here, yes.
Hi, Alex Sanchez. I work for James Defense. Quick question. 10 years ago, Colombia almost went to war with Venezuela over the FARC incident or in Ecuador. 31 years ago, it was the Caldas Corvette incident that almost brought the two countries to war. So while it seems that everybody agrees that a military intervention between Colombia and Brazil uniting to take out Maduro is out of the question, do you believe that there's a high chance of an incident along the border from escalating out of proportion? Maybe like Colombian soldiers are chasing the ELN guerrillas into Venezuelan territory, and the Venezuelan government sees that as a threat. Maduro always says that Colombia and the US are preparing to invade Venezuela. Do you think that a small incident can just escalate out of proportion into a full-blown conflict? Thank you.
Right. What is the spark? And the final question here, and then we'll come back and we're going to give exactly 1 minute to each of you to take on those questions. Sure.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. My name is David Heaton, and I have a question. Is exile in Beijing a viable option for Maduro and perhaps elements of his regime? And if so, what policy tools does Latin America and the Caribbean have at its disposal to convince China to do that?
That is an issue I think that will be taken up in the last panel. Fabiana, and we'll go this way, and then we have to close down.
So I'll start with China because it relates to your question about the exit ramp. I think a few years ago there was a much more clear exit ramp for Maduro when other friendly governments were in power in the region. We see that Maduro is now left without friends. Basically there's Cuba, there's embattled regime in Nicaragua, and Evo Morales ending his term in Bolivia, which suggests that an exit opportunity for him would probably be through China. I don't see how that would be, I think that's a good idea. I don't know how we get to convincing Beijing that it would be a good opportunity for them. I think this has to be part of the opposition's plan, and I'm not an opposition. I don't know what they're doing, but I definitely think China needs to be included in the calculations for regime transition, including as a possible haven for Maduro, hoping that he would come back to face consequences years down the line, as has happened to other dictators around the world and in the region.
Carlos.
Well, I guess I...
Take any one of them. Why don't you take the...
All right. Well, first, let's hope never we have any kind of conflict with our, with the same nation we have, Let's not forget Venezuela, Colombia, Panama, and others. We were born to life the same day. We were Siamese brothers forever. So I really expect never to see something alike a real, escalation in war. Now, what we have seen in the past 5 years is after the events 10 years ago that you described. In the past 5 years, we have seen provocations, specifically from Venezuela side. So I remember just some 2 years ago, that for the first time in decades, they move a company-level unit into Colombian territory just in the border. And they just planted a flag of Venezuela. Of course, it was handled very professionally by Colombian armed forces that decided not to, create an issue, but better to escalate it into the diplomatic channels. It was solved kind of briefly, day and a half, 2 days later, things were solved. But those kind of provocations, of course, create a very complicated environment. I strongly believe that in the years to come, Colombia will continue to handle this in a very professional and pragmatic way, in the sense of avoiding what some of them might want. That kind of a skirmish, considering the assets that have been acquired by the regime, of course, might be under benefit in short term. Now, the consequence for long term, strategically speaking, are very different. And of course, the level of relationship of Colombia with the United States, with other countries in the region, and of course, the experience of our armed forces I guess, are a deterrent by definition for any long-term intention of conflict. But I think we need to be acute, and I believe it's useful to discuss this in a space like this, have our eyes open to avoid that something alike can be used in the benefit of the regime. Even if it happens, should be used precisely to guarantee the end of that regime, in my long-term view. I think that's very important. And of course, we cannot underestimate the miscalculations that can be done in a situation like that. By the way, we have been underestimating for a long time the intentions of the regime. Many years ago, and even on Chavez's time, very early, some people, some experts, and I would say on a previous life, in my case as an analyst for Citigroup, we start to say, these people, the government of Venezuela at that time, they are very undemocratic. They don't believe in democracy as we do. They are undermining democracy. They will undermine democracy. And that was said for a long time. Look where we are now. And still, I would say, as a regime, it's more powerful than ever. Because, as was well described by Moises, every leader of the opposition is frankly limited of action on different ways. There's no real opposition. There's no real democracy. And let's not forget, what has been called international community has even played what Venezuelan regime has required. When they create this dialogue, 2 years ago, maybe you and I had a conversation at that time, was very dramatic. That dialogue has only done one thing: stop the population to protest, allow people to flee Venezuela, and Maduro became stronger than ever. By the way, every time we have seen a coup intention, many of them, in my opinion, have been framed by the regime with one objective: finding out who might be inside the system unhappy, and simply they go after them. So they've been clearing the system in their benefit. Well, sorry for elaborating and getting too long on this, but I think this is a real issue that needs to be discussed in the way we're discussing this, with a whole strategic perspective.
Great. David, Moises, final
Very
word.
quick on the OAS charter. There's 24 votes are needed. There are 19. Venezuela, by the way, will be gone at the OAS in April of next year. So we'll see in the next months of those 5 countries could be, we need, especially in the Caribbean. I just want to ask that, I want to add on the China thing. I think there are other places that some people of the regime could go, like Russia, Belarus, Cuba. And this is a very personal opinion, but I wouldn't rule out Turkey. But this is a very personal opinion. I wouldn't rule out Spain with the new government of Pedro Sanchez. Some high official of the regime go there. And the opposition, I know there are so many problems inside the opposition. I'm a part of a new generation. When Chavez won, I was 13 years old. I started high school. And I'm 33 now. I have a revolution. I haven't seen the Venezuela of plenty of opportunities, of freedom, of rule of law, of safe. I haven't lived that. When Chavez won 6 December of 1998, I remember like it was yesterday. I was with my father watching the TV, and my father, I remember, told me the only good thing that Chavez won is that my father, my grandfather, was not alive, because he fled the Soviet Union, he fled Cuba, and I don't want him to see this again. So I haven't enjoyed, and my generation has not enjoyed that country of plenty of opportunity. I don't know what's that Venezuela, but I'm fighting for it, and we're fighting for it. And even though I know the opposition has so many problems, there's a new generation trying to conquer something that we don't know what it is, but we would love to have it, and we would love to share that with the next generation. And we've been under fire. I'm one of the 13 mayors that have been removed from office. The main political leaders are in jail or are in exile. I mean, this is not something conventional. So as I said, I know there's a lot of problems. I know that there are some leaders of the opposition that do not represent the real opposition, but there are others that we have been willing to sacrifice even our life, our freedom, being separated from our families, to have freedom, to have democracy, and to have a country of plenty of opportunities.
Thank you. Moises.
Very quickly, there is the two things. One is the notion that a bad economy, starvation, and everything else undermines a regime, and that we have seen that. You are right. But we have also seen instances where that did not work.
North Korea.
Think North Korea, think Cuba, think, in which you have terrible economic situations, terrible social conditions, and yet the regime is still there. So, yes, the bad economy doesn't help the regime, but until now, he has survived. It's hard to imagine a worse economy than now, right? If you look at all, hyperinflation, no jobs, recession, devaluations, and no food, and they're there. So we have to be careful about traditional ideas that a bad economy brings down a dictatorship. So, and that brings me to the larger point I want to conclude, which is the main point I made at the beginning. Words fail us. Institutions fail us, concepts fail us, traditional ways of looking at things fail us, because Venezuela is a 21st century problem that has no precedent in a variety of ways, especially in the way of thinking about it. Venezuela needs an urgent rethinking of a lot of these words that we commonly use.
Great. Thank you. I know that Venezuela will be an issue that will weave through discussions throughout the day, so thank you to both of the organizers for putting this up first. Put a lot of issues on the table, not a lot of answers, but a lot of great perspectives. Please join me.
So this is the second panel. Welcome, everyone. Very good morning. I'm Francisco Gonzalez. I'm a professor here at SAIS. I teach international political economy and Latin American politics. I'm originally from Mexico. I teach and write about Mexico, about Central America, the Caribbean. With me is Ambassador James Nealon, to my right. He's a former U.S. ambassador to Honduras and an assistant secretary of international affairs at Department of Homeland Security. On his left is Stephen Dudley. Stephen is a co-founder and co-director of Inside Crime. He's also a senior fellow at American University. On my left is Celina Realullo. Is that correct? Celina Realullo. And she's a professor of practice at the William Perry Center, someone who participates in media, particularly Hispanic media, CNN en Español, and others all the time. And further to my left, Eric Olson, an old, wonderful colleague of all of us, who was director of the Mexican Institute at the Woodrow Wilson Center, who knows Central America and Mexico inside out. So what I'm going to ask is for individuals to speak for no more than 10 minutes. We will start with Ambassador Nealon, and we'll go to my left. Afterwards, we'll open up for Q&A, please. So, Ambassador, the floor is yours. Assessing violence, corruption, and migration, three incredibly important issues in a sub-region of our continent, which many people called a region with a great vacuum of power, a lot of similarities, at least in terms of discourse, with some of the things we heard about Venezuela. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much. Good morning, everybody. Great pleasure to be here. Good to see so many old faces. Sorry, I mean familiar faces. And it's great to be part of this very distinguished panel. I'm delighted to be able to talk about the Central America and specifically about the push factors of migration and about U.S. policy aimed at mitigating those factors. Obviously a very complicated subject. We're all following the media these days. So I won't be able to do justice to the topic in 10 minutes, but hopefully I can set some things out there that we can address deeper during the question and answers. I would like to mention one thing parenthetically. Keep your eye on the news out of Honduras today. Today at 4 o'clock Honduras time, there's a verdict due in the murder trial of those accused of murdering Berta Cáceres in March of 2016. This will obviously be a very important verdict, and we will all learn something about Honduras, progress or not, as a result of this verdict, today at 4 o'clock. But let me get right into the subject of the push factors of migration. First of all, every decision to migrate is a personal decision. That is the case, was the case when your family and mine decided to come to this country, with the very important exception of those who came under enslaved conditions against their will, and I recognize that very important distinction. But for the millions who came of their own free will, those decisions were based on pull factors and push factors. The pull factors here in the United States are obvious: economic opportunity, educational opportunities for children, family reunification, and so on. In the case of Central America, and specifically the Northern Triangle, those push factors are also clear. First, violence and criminality. Second, what I call weak institutionality or poor governance, that the institutions of the state do not work in the interests of the people. And third, a lack of economic opportunities. We can debate which of these factors is most important, and in fact that debate here in the United States quickly becomes very political. Are most people coming from the Northern Triangle potential asylum seekers fleeing violence, or are they economic migrants? And as you know, that has a very important consequence in terms of their ability to get into and stay in the United States. In fact, in my own experience, most decisions to migrate are very personal, based on one's own situation, and they tend to be very complex. And so I used to ask Hondurans this question all the time: why are you planning on leaving, or why did you leave? And they would usually cite a range of factors, to include security, economic factors, and often family reunification. As a U.S. ambassador trying to implement U.S. policy, you obviously have no control over the pull factors of migration. You can't control the U.S. economy, you can't control the availability of jobs, and so forth. And that's not something you want to try to influence. We don't want the United States to become less prosperous and less attractive to people from other countries. So as a U.S. ambassador, you obviously focus your efforts squarely on the push factors of migration. So what is U.S. policy to address the push factors of migration from the Northern Triangle? So during my time in Honduras, the embassy had a mantra. And I see some of my team members here, and they will nod and recite along with me, our mantra, because we were very clear what we were trying to do. That mantra was this: that we were there to leverage Honduran efforts to reduce violence, to strengthen historically weak institutions, and to offer economic opportunities so that Hondurans would see their future in Honduras and not in the United States. And our embassies in El Salvador and Guatemala were similarly focused. And so our intention was that everything that we did as an embassy, as the United States government, would fall more or less into one of those three buckets of activities. We knew that this is, and it was always going to be, a long game. The Northern Triangle did not become violent. It did not develop weak institutions, and it did not become poor overnight. And in fact, the roots of these challenges go back literally centuries. And it was clear that in order to address those pathologies, this would be a long game, as I say. But I always felt that it was necessary to try and put some kind of a time frame around it. And I always felt that to address these issues in a very focused and sustained way, if national governments, civil society, and international donors could work together for about 10 years, it might be possible to change the dynamic and bring real change to the Northern Triangle. But we always knew that during that process, the migration numbers would go up and down, in part because of factors that we simply couldn't control. So, how are we doing? So I like to mark the beginning of this process from the summer of 2014, when we all recall the screaming headlines in the New York Times and elsewhere about unaccompanied minors flooding across our southwest border. So we're a little over, well, we're about 4.5 years into that hypothetical 10-year process that I mentioned. So let me tell you how I think we're doing, using Honduras as the example, because that's obviously the country that I know best. So first, the violence. Everybody's heard that the murder rate in Honduras topped out at about 86 per 100,000 in 2012. 86 per 100,000. That number in the United States is 5. That number in New Hampshire, where I now live, is 1. And that number in Australia is less than 1. In Honduras, it was 86 per 100,000. Today, 6 years on, that number is at about 40 per 100,000. So a drop of more than half, still way too high, but clearly trending in the right direction. But how did that happen? What brought about that drop in the murder rate? No way to do this justice in just a couple minutes, but first, getting the police back into the most conflicted neighborhoods where they had been chased out. Second, adopting a new community policing model, so that when the police came back in, it was a different police that would be at the service of the community. Third, state-of-the-art prevention programs, which identified potential perpetrators of violence as well as potential victims of violence and tried to interrupt that dynamic somehow. Fourth, some very edgy violence interruption programs in which very brave people, Hondurans, were trained to put themselves between a potential murderer and a potential victim of a murder and actually prevent that murder from taking place. Fifth, an effort to actually investigate murders and prosecute those responsible. Over the last years, the rate of impunity for murder was somewhere over 95%. That number is now down into the low 80s. Still ridiculously high, but again, trending in the right direction. And then finally, it's important to emphasize the capture and in some cases extradition of over 40 very bad people, narco-traffickers, corrupt police, corrupt politicians, to the United States. And you may have read that last week, the brother of the current president to Honduras, Tony Hernandez, was arrested in Miami on charges related to drug trafficking. So these very high-profile arrests and extraditions, they sent a very powerful message about impunity, and it also sent some of the drug trade elsewhere, kind of a whack-a-mole effect, but very useful for Honduras to give them some time and space to affect change. And this also helped drive down the murder rate. So, 2 minutes. Second, quickly, in terms of governance and institutionality, I mentioned the police. There's a very important purge of the police force underway right now. It's a historic purge. There were 14,000 national police in Honduras. 5,000 of them have been fired, including the hierarchy. So the effort is to purge the police from the top down and get rid of the corrupt leadership at the same time that you're building a new force from the ground up. Very much a work in progress, but progress being made nonetheless. I'll briefly mention that international support for the Attorney General and his efforts to get at corruption and criminality has been very, very important, and that needs to be sustained. It's very, very important that Hondurans see and Central Americans see that people in public office or in public life that everyone knows are corrupt can be prosecuted and face consequences. These are people previously thought by everyone to be untouchable, but we see that perhaps no one is untouchable anymore. Very briefly, support for the CICIG in Guatemala and the MOXIE, which is a similar OAS-sponsored organization in Honduras, is extremely important. It's much harder for the bad guys to get at and influence these international actors than it is for them to get at and influence national actors. And the election of a new Supreme Court, the least corrupt Supreme Court in recent Honduran history, was also very important. 30 seconds. In terms of economic opportunities, this was very frustrating to me during my time in Honduras. I thought I would be better able to help Hondurans create economic opportunities. It turns out that governments aren't good at creating jobs, whether it's in the Northern Triangle or in the United States. So what we did in Honduras, rather than focus on job creation, we realized we really had to wait for the private sector to see that the conditions existed whereby they could invest. That day has not yet come. So what we did was sort of nibble around the edges and try and improve the macroeconomic situation by reducing the budget deficit, trying to get widening the tax base, getting more people into the formal economy and so forth, hoping that that would pay dividends in the future. Thank you.
Ambassador, thank you very much for your opening remarks. Stephen, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks to SAIS for inviting me. Thanks for you all to come out. I'll just jump right into it. normally sort of take a very wide look at criminal organizations. We're doing a project now with the support of USAID and Creative Associates to take a micro look at an area with the notion that we can, extrapolate on what we find there and apply it to other areas. The space that we're looking at, and we basically started with a geographic space, is the historic center of San Salvador. And we started really with a question, which was, how important is the historic center of San Salvador to the criminal economy of gangs? That was subsequently expanded out a little bit. We decided to look at what we're calling political capital that evolves from these interactions that happen in the historic center. And then, of course, we couldn't exclude looking at the dynamics of violence and the role of violence inside the historic center for the creation of either a vibrant criminal economy or the political capital that comes from it. So, in essence, we said, let's take a micro look at this and see if this tells us a larger story. So, just thinking about the criminal economy. The criminal economy in this space, which is about 4 square kilometers, obviously has some notable criminal actors, the most important of which are the MS-13 and the 18th Street Gang, specifically the revolutionary faction. If you know anything about El Salvador, you know that the revolutionary faction is one of 2 factions in the 18th Street. There's also Sureño faction, but in this case, it's the revolutionary faction. They kind of, if you can imagine it, they kind of split up the center in sort of 2 spaces. You'll have on this side, from your vantage point, mostly you'll have 5 or 6 MS-13 cliques, and then on the other side, you have the revolutionary 18th Street kind of on this side, a bit splitting it up. It's important because of where they get their money from, where their criminal economy is most vibrant, and that's from the informal vendors that operate in this area. So the reason that we chose this area is because there are about 40,000, estimated 40,000 informal vendors that operate in this area. Those little teeny stalls that you see that sell, everything from the little Christmas toy all the way to the shaving kit to clothes and anything else you actually want to obtain in this area. The importance is that the gangs in their areas of control collect a certain amount of money from those particular vending spots. In the case of the historic center, what we found is the MS-13 collects about $1 a day from each of those in their area of influence, whereas the 18th Street collects a little bit more based on the amount of the area that you occupy. So they literally measure out the area and will collect on that. And then they will also collect, other small fees, as the 18th Street, to do with cleaning fees and those sorts of things. So that interaction that they have in those spaces in terms of their criminal economy is super important. But there are other criminal economies that are also important in the area. There are bus companies, bus cooperatives and taxis and other sort of distribution companies that are also operating in that area. They collect from those. Contraband activities that are going in and out of the city center. So there's a lot of theft and resale. They either collect from those or they're direct participants in those. There are small drug peddling businesses, illegal alcohol, those sorts of things. So you can see as you accumulate this in any given day, if we're just thinking about the street vendors, we're talking about roughly 40 grand a day, and then so you can begin to extrapolate. That's just one aspect of it. You start adding the other elements to this, and you get a pretty vibrant criminal economy. On the political capital side, what we looked at was the really most important relationship that these criminal actors have with the most vibrant part of this criminal economy, which are the street vendors, right? So what relationship do they establish with the street vendors, and how do they establish that, and why is that important, and how do they parlay that into actual action or political capital? And it's complex, obviously. Over the years, what the gangs have done is really replaced a system that existed before. Before the gangs were there was a system in place whereby criminal actors were not always called criminal actors, did collect fees, and they collect fees for these same sorts of things that you would get, sort of cleaning services and security and things of that sort. The gangs kind of replaced those. And over time, they have co-opted the vendors associations. So amongst the 40,000 vendors, you have about 77 vendors associations. So over time, they've been able to co-opt those either directly or indirectly and control those associations. That gives them a lot of leverage, not just sort of economic leverage, but obviously political leverage that they use and that they can use to leverage their power with the mayor's office most often. So, you know, I'll give you a specific example. There was a vendors association that was, you know, that had some connections with the largest municipal union. When a new mayor came in, one of the other unions went and protested, was clamoring for more space inside of the municipality to have more jobs, basically, right? So you have sort of two competing unions. So that union went to this street vendor who leveraged their control, or at least their contacts with the gangs, and the 18th Street gang in this case came out and actually, you know, they were the sort of hit squad. They didn't literally kill anybody, but they came out, they threw rocks, they hit the sort of opposition union, if you will, and they ran them away. So you can see how in that particular instance, you've got a means by which, you know, this political capital, use of political capital is playing out in real time. We've seen this play out in the way the mayors approach this as well. Norman Quijano, who was 2 mayors ago, you know, he took a very confrontational approach, and he tried to go and sweep out and move out the street vendors by force. It wasn't a year before the street vendors were back. The Nayib Bukele, who was the subsequent mayor and who's now the front-running candidate for presidency, so you can see why this becomes very important, you know, he had a much more accommodating approach. So literally, he tried to, he would send out emissaries and had a specific emissary that was working indirectly with the gangs, literally to talk about how they wanted to reshape the city center. In this case, they were trying to create new spaces for commercial activity, and they were trying to create new spaces where new businesses could come in, and, you know, middle class people who hadn't necessarily used the city center could go in and start going to bars and things like that, and they've been successful. In large part, I would argue, because they had this sort of accommodating approach. They were able to negotiate space. You cannot negotiate this space without negotiating either directly or indirectly with the gangs in these space. And then finally, just because I have a minute, and I'm happy to take questions about, you know, where we are in this project and other aspects of it, we're looking at the violence. And then we're at the final stages of this. We should be presenting the final report in the first quarter of next year. And just trying to understand all the different elements of violent activity that are going on in this space by studying the actual homicides themselves. So going through and seeing if we could ascertain motives behind them. But really, our sort of preliminary take is that most of the homicides in these areas, and they have fluctuated also depending upon whether you have a confrontational or accommodating approaches to these, you know, most of these have been circling around, you know, things of, you know, things to do with territory, things to do with discipline, you know, those sort of, you know, things that you would think about as it relates to the use of violence, but also political. And I think that this is the important point of this, is that this element of gang involvement, either directly or indirectly, with negotiating any sort of political or commercial space, is becoming really the norm in these kind of densely urbanized areas of Central America.
Thank you, Stephen, for your opening remarks. Selena, thank you.
First, good morning to everyone. It's great to be back at home. So for full disclosure, I'm an alumna of both the Bologna Center as well as here in DC, and I actually majored in European Studies and Economics. But we've heard about the criminal violence and then the gang-related violence and the lack of opportunity that was so well articulated by both Ambassador Neelan and Steve Dudley, long-term colleagues. But I actually wanted to focus my remarks on the economic aspects of the challenges of citizen insecurity in Central America. And what we're doing in order to promote this prosperity in partnership with the region, and then more importantly, the impediments to economic development. So on October 11th and 12th of this year, the US and Mexico co-hosted here in Washington the second conference on prosperity and security in Central America. And it was the attempt was to review the progress of the Miami June 2017 conference, which was the first of this administration, taking a look at the different aspects and more importantly, the challenges in terms of economic development, security, migration, and governance. And I know that Eric's going to touch on the governance issues. Vice President Mike Pence is very involved in this issue, and then more importantly, they've been pretty repeatedly taking a look at the very different working levels on month-to-month progress, particularly because the migration crisis has become front page in the news. We're not really hearing about what the different organizations, whether they be in government, here in the US or in Central America or with Mexico, and then more importantly, other actors, whether they be private sector or NGOs, are trying to do this. So the US reaffirmed our commitment. We've actually committed $2.6 billion of foreign assistance to Central America since fiscal year 2015. And this is actually to complement the Alliance for Prosperity, which is committed by El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. That's based on 4 basic pillars, for those who don't know. Fostering a productive sector, developing human capital, that's in terms of education, improving citizen security and access to justice. And part of this is looking at all the different institutions, whether they be in the security sector, in the judicial sector, or in economic terms, of trying to fortify them, all with the veil of improving transparency, because we do know that corruption is the root cause and the root element that allows these illegal actors to flourish and capitalize on, sadly, the plight of those who are trying to migrate. So let's look at the progress that we've actually made since June of 2017. Regarding economic integration, El Salvador finally joined the Regional Customs Union with Guatemala and Honduras in order to improve cross-border trade and harmonize tariffs. And USAID is actually working very hard in a longer-term trade facilitation and border management project. Because as we know, free trade and more importantly, integration helps build resilience in different economies and different parts of the world, and hopefully we can bring that to Central America and the Northern Triangle. OPIC has been very active, investing, committing more than $1 billion since October of 2017 to look at infrastructure and energy, because without infrastructure and energy, very few private sector actors will be incentivized to actually invest, and then more importantly, commit themselves for long-term projects that will help to create these jobs that don't exist right now in the Northern Triangle. Regarding economic opportunity, we've actually seen Guatemala and Honduras selected by my colleagues in AID as target countries for the Feed the Future initiative, looking about how to improve the efficiency of the agricultural sector, which continues to be a very important part of their export economies. And then one project that's very near and dear to my heart as I follow women, peace, and security is the $500 million that OPIC has announced in promoting women-led, owned and operated small and medium-sized enterprises. As many of you know who've studied microfinance here at Hopkins, as well as other places, it's very core to have half the population is female, to have them actually contribute to the society and become anchors for their local communities, and then more importantly, be the drivers to create investment opportunity, more importantly, that kind of trust and confidence that they can actually make a living at it in their different areas. So taking a look at the economic indicators for Central America, thanks to CAFTA, over the last 10 years, we've actually seen an increase in terms of total trade, with Central America's trade with the world increasing by 20%, which I think is a very unpublished and unadvertised concept. A lot of it comes here to the US, which is quite important. But we've also seen that their real GDP growth on average was about 3.7%. This is including all of Central America. What we have seen, unfortunately, still that's persistent in the Northern Triangle is the inequality in terms of who's actually benefiting from that growth. So the idea is to actually create an environment where you have more who can actually access these types of investment opportunities and employment opportunities, and then more importantly, have the skills to contribute to their local economies. What we've seen is from remittances, which continue to be about 17% of the GDP for the Northern Triangle, they actually eclipse any foreign assistance that the US government gives. So just to give you a sense, and this is from the Pew Research Center and the World Bank, $14.32 billion from Central American living and working here in the US were sent to the Northern Triangle in 2016. That's a baffling amount. But also this also explains why this idea of opportunity and job creation is perhaps the problem in their home countries, because everyone's receiving the benefits from their relatives who are working here in the US. El Salvador is about 17% of their GDP is from remittances. So what we've seen, though, is what we're trying to do is figure out how US foreign assistance and also Mexican foreign assistance can complement a lot of the areas where we can transfer technical assistance and capability and training to create much more what we call in-region development. I know that Ambassador Nealon has expressed his frustration, but we're actually seeing some pockets of progress. What are the obstacles, though, to this potential part of what we call the Security and Prosperity Program? First, there's still a lack of economic diversification. These countries are still very dependent on commodities, and we've seen the fall of commodity prices worldwide. And then more importantly, the bigger challenge is the lack of education and vocational training. So I work a lot with the private sector, because I'm one of these people who really believes in public-private sector partnerships. And we've seen a lot of US multinationals complain about two things: the lack of skilled workers in order to populate, whether it's their factories or their operations in the Northern Triangle, and one major challenge, which is a law here in the United States, which is called the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. And I know all of us have kind of touched on the corruption piece, but it's very difficult as a US-based company in order to assure your investors, as well as the Department of Justice, that you're dealing with counterparts who are not engaged in corruption. And then more importantly, the way of doing business, sadly, has a lot of, let's say, a tax that one would have to pay in order to get things done. And the extortion and the violence really impede a lot of that foreign investment. We've also seen that there's not enough infrastructure to actually get products to market, and that's what OPIC is actually investing in, trying to help to build. Whether you have a customs union, that's fantastic, but if you don't actually have the roads and the infrastructure to move products and people and labor, it's a big challenge. What we're seeing right now, though, is quite an interesting turn. This question about the pressures on the US and Mexico due to the current Central American migration crisis has really put it on the front page of all the newspapers, not just in this region, but in the world. And what we've seen too is on Saturday, AMLO will take power in Mexico, and he and his team will have to face immediately this crisis of the Central American migrants who are in Mexico. We see the reports from Tijuana about the humanitarian crisis that's taking place there and the lack of physical infrastructure to be able to handle the 6,000 who are there. And what we've seen too is that the incoming foreign minister, Marcelo Ebrard, is actually calling for a Marshall Plan for the Northern Triangle. And that was just in the news yesterday. Understanding that one of AMLO's promises during his campaign was to develop the southern part of Mexico, which is also similar to Northern Triangle in terms of their economic challenges. And they're looking at a $20 billion investment to improve the development in southern Mexico. The question is, where would that money come from? We've seen this week the Pew Research Center has actually reported a 12-year low of immigration in the United States. Just to give you the figures, the population that's considered what they call undocumented immigrants has fallen from a high of 12.2 million in 2007 to 10.7 million in 2016. Only half of those are Mexicans. We've actually seen a dramatic decline of your compatriotas, but an increase, unfortunately, of the Central American. And what we've seen when they were looking at this study is, why did this happen? The 2008 Great Recession actually obliterated a lot of the jobs and the demand for labor for Mexican undocumented. And then more importantly, the economy in Mexico has grown. So what you actually saw where Mexicans were not incentivized to cross the border, and actually you can see tremendous different pockets and different sectors of growth in Mexico. And what we're hoping is that the model of Mexico, with all this investment and kind of the prosperity part of the security and prosperity programs for Central America, might turn the tide. So I wanted to end on a little bit more positive note, because I just don't think a lot of the economic indicators are being shared in the mass media. We're always looking at, I am the dark side of globalization professor at the Perry Center, but we actually have to take a look at those push and pull drivers. There's so many complexities, but the actual indicators are looking a little bit more positive than I think is being portrayed.
Thank you, Selena, for your opening remarks. Eric, your turn.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Francisco. It's always great to share the stage with you, and thank you to Johns Hopkins and the Perry Center, General Rudelsheim. Appreciate the invitation. A lot has already been said, so I don't want to repeat it. Maybe I'm going to try to say it all in just a slightly different way, maybe more provocative, if you will. One, I think there's kind of broad consensus that, yes, there are pull factors, but the driving factors in the region are really the three that have been discussed: economic, security, and governance issues. And that's embedded in the official policy documents of the United States at this time. And it predated the Trump administration, but certainly been endorsed by the Trump administration as well. So I think there's some consensus there on that thing. What I would argue, though, that the policy has become increasingly narrowly focused on migration. We're beginning to judge success in Central America on whether people are coming or not. And the president himself has spoken out angrily because people keep coming. I think the shorthand was, we give you guys money to do stuff, and people are still coming. So the measure of success is increasingly on migration. And I would argue it's far too narrow, far too limited in our approach to the situation in Central America. Again, formally, the policy is there, but increasingly, we're judging our success on that issue alone. And as this administration moves through a policy review that's now underway about Central America, I would gather and guess that where the policies are reviewed and changed will have to do a lot with whether we slow migration or not. We don't have a long-term vision. We have increasingly an immediate vision around migration. That's point number one. Secondly, while I agree that the factors we discussed, the three pillars, if you will, are legitimate, I think the evidence is increasingly confusing around that. Let me just give you a couple of examples. As Ambassador Nealon correctly pointed out, Honduras has had a dramatic decline in its homicide rate. It's still too high. It's twice the regional average, but it's fallen by half. So why are Hondurans coming more, not less? Selena just pointed out accurately that the economies aren't great, they're not robust, this isn't all Panama, but there are good signs. Things are not all bad. And yet people are still coming, and in greater numbers. Salvador is a good example. Salvador has the highest homicide rate, and I believe, and Steve will correct me, the highest number of gang members in El Salvador, and yet they're the ones that see the number of migrants falling most dramatically. Over 50% of unaccompanied minors declined from El Salvador in the last year. So I think we agree amongst ourselves that these are the broad areas, but how they play together on this migration issue is confusing. And I think we need to rethink our approach. Now, what I would suggest is that we can't treat all these as equals. that in fact they're interrelated, and that we should do a better job of prioritizing. And my argument would be that prioritizing governance issues, as unsexy as that might sound, as uninteresting, is really at the heart of it, right? I was given a report yesterday, a survey done a year or so ago by Caritas in Honduras that asked people what their attitudes were about the institutions of government. And not surprisingly, they were very low. People's confidence in the police, people's confidence in the justice system, people's confidence in political parties were rock bottom. And so the final question is, well, what are you going to do? You know, what is your response to this? I'm going to leave the country. I have no sense of hope that anything is going to improve for me. Even though homicides are down, the economy is doing more or less okay, there's a general sense of despair that without improvement in governance, people are going to continue to come. There are other motivating factors. There are the pull factors of family in the US, I get that, but I do think this is one element that we tend to forget. And I would add to that the fact that my sense is we won't be successful on the other two issues unless we address the governance issue. Now, I'm not suggesting we forget about the economy, we forget about the security question. I'm just talking about prioritizing. Prioritizing governance, anti-corruption, building good and transparent systems and transparent Congresses and political parties, not focus on whether people are leaving or not, because I don't think we have a handle on that. Now, the good news is, and maybe this is contradicting my own point of view here, but there are and have been some advances on the governance front. Now, and there have been advances over the last 3-4 years. Ambassador Nealon spoke about the Purge Commission in Honduras. We, at the Wilson Center, are finishing a review of that Purge Commission, and while there are things that weren't perfect in that process, I think generally speaking, we'd have to say it's been hugely successful in ridding a high-level corrupt police from an institution that is so broken that people don't trust it anymore. That's a good thing. There are successes there. But if we don't build the institutional structures to guarantee that they're not just backfilled by more corrupt officials, and we don't have, and Honduras doesn't have strong judiciaries and strong prosecutors to ensure that those things aren't just, again, filled with corrupt officials, I'm not sure that we've accomplished all that much. And it pains me to say it because some of my closest friends have been involved in this process and have put their lives on the line to put corrupt police out of jail. So that's point number one. Point number two, there has been success, advances in Guatemala and Honduras in particular, where there's a partnership between the international community and local prosecutors, and that's the famous case of the CICIG in Guatemala, which is UN supported. They brought down a former president, vice president, many corrupt officials, and people in the business community as well. And there's been success in Honduras through the OAS mechanism known as the MOXIE. Now, are these perfect? Of course not. But we can point to some success. And the Attorney General of El Salvador has also been successful in bringing high-level cases against former presidents and authorities. So it's not impossible, it's difficult. It requires dedication and devotion to this principle, this idea, and a combination, a coming together, if you will, of the international community with brave and committed Central Americans, and there are many of them. Sometimes we forget that. But there are many of them, but they need the support of the international community. And that's why I'm concerned that not only is U.S. policy so narrowly focusing on whether there's migration or not, but I'm doubly concerned about some backtracking on the governance issue. And let me give you a couple of examples. 2 minutes? I can do 2 examples in 2 minutes. One is, we've mentioned already, I think it was Selena mentioned, the conferences on prosperity and security, right? What happened to governance? We have 2 days to focus on prosperity and security and no discussion about governance? Okay, I'll be fair. It's integrated in there somewhere, but I think the message is pretty clear. Governance becomes one of those things in the background that everybody, where is the prioritization on governance? We've dropped it. Secondly, I think, and this is my own personal opinion, that the administration made a mistake when President Morales in Guatemala said he was not going to continue CICIG. He withdrew the visa of Ivan Velázquez, and when President Morales mobilized military vehicles donated by the United States to drive by the U.S. Embassy, and the U.S. response was, we congratulate President Jimmy Morales as an ally. What kind of message are we giving? So I would say that we are not headed in a good direction if we cannot double down, focus our attention on the governance issues, and if we don't do that, and the state continues to crumble, I won't call them failed, but crumble, then crime will continue to grow, as we see in the center of El Salvador, and people will continue to come. I think our priority should not be the short-term question of whether people are coming or not, but whether we can help support processes of building strong, transparent, accountable institutions in the Northern Triangle. That, for me, would be the measuring stick. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Eric. To summarize before opening to Q&A, there's quite a lot of bad news in this panel. I summarize it in Eric's word, a general sense of despair, not for everyone, but for significant proportions of the populations in these 3 countries. The good news is that we have a good and diversity of perspectives, and Ambassador Neelan spoke about the rule of law, about lowering impunity rates in Honduras by, in fact, going after high-profile, influential individuals. That's something that many countries, not just small, poor ones, many countries in Latin America do not do, cannot do, or will not do. What Stephen and Inside Crime are doing, of becoming embedded on the ground and doing empirical work about the mechanics, the dynamics of everyday violence, of extortion, of state and business capture by gangs is undoubtedly very, very important to be able to come up with good policy interventions. Selena mentioned several very important things. To me, the most important is the need to empower women. Anyone here in SAIS or in any other school, when we study development economics, we are taught that women, particularly in poor countries, suffer from a triple burden. The burden of having to look after the house, the children, the older generation, the younger one. Second, having to go out into the job market to bring food to the table. Third, being the part that in fact forms the social tissue of the communities, who try to organize, through whom communication, information is passed around. In as much as you empower women, and there's a lot of empirical evidence for this with the conditional cash transfers, more than 15, 20 now years of experience, that certainly is a good sign. Eric raises a series of very interesting paradoxes. Why, if homicide rates per 100,000 individuals have come down significantly in Honduras. We see an exodus of Hondurans. Why, if Salvador is in much worse shape, has seen less or lower rates than the last 3 or 4 years. So it's definitely a mixed bag. For the majority of people, I think there's a general sense of despair. And my own perspective would be that these societies, for all of you who've been there, who have visited, all of us who've been there, we know that these are oligarchic societies. They are run by 20-something families. There is a complete breakdown in terms of channels for redistribution. The sense of despair and hopelessness has to do with, obviously, this weakness in institutions. There is no sense of hope for the current generation or the future generation. It's none of the business of the US or Mexico or no one to destroy these oligarchic societies. It's up to those countries to do something about it. Is it easy? I do not think so. I think this is one of those situations where you get a positive feedback loop whereby influence, power, and money enhance your ability to get away with murder, literally. Be you a gang or be you a big landowner who has 2,000 people under you in a plantation economy and treat them like semi-slaves. With that said, let's open up for questions. Let's take 3 at a time, and maybe we can do 2 or 3 iterations depending on time. I have 7 minutes before finishing. Please state your name, who you want to address the question. Short, 1 question per person. Thank you. Where do we start? Here, on this side, please.
Hello, Andres Martinez, student here at SAIS. My question is for Mr. Olson. On the issue of going after this high-level corruption in the region as a way of improving governance, in the end, the vast majority of people in Central America, their interactions with the government are more on the low level with police, bureaucracies, licensing offices. Do you think that the governments in the region and international anti-corruption bodies are doing enough to go after that low-level corruption?
Thank you. We had another hand here, and the gentleman here. We'll go to this side next.
Hi, Vinny Duenas, SAIS alumni. Thank you for your comments. My question in general to the panel is, in light of the successes of Central America, has anyone seen evidence of instability in crops, and sometimes linked to climate change, being one of those drivers that continues the migration flows? And so I'm curious to see if you've seen evidence of that, and if you could speak on it.
Thank you. The gentleman at the very front. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, Ben Rempel with Creative Associates. My question is for Stephen and Ambassador Neeland. You painted a picture of the center of San Salvador with the important element of engagement informally with gangs to help revitalize an important area that could have implications on prosperity, but then also getting at the financial heart of some of the gangs organizing. But how do you resolve that issue of engagement when you're probably also increasing their political capital by that engagement? And then for Ambassador Neeland, putting on your hat as a representative of the US government, how would you want to support an effort like that when you're dealing with the possible necessity of needing to engage with these criminal groups?
Okay, thanks very much. Eric Olson, corruption at the low level.
Well, I think it's clear that there's endemic corruption at the lowest level, and probably has something to do with the fact that there's very little cost to it in terms of risk about being prosecuted. So it's a valid point. I think the logic here has been increasingly to focus on grand corruption, if I may. That's the way Transparency International has begun to talk about it, that large-scale, systemic corruption that is infecting and weakening the ability of the state. That's not to say that the petty bribes that one pays on the street are not important. I think they're emblematic of a bigger problem. But I do think that the trend, and in my opinion, the correct decision is to begin from the top down. That's what they did at the Purge Commission, started with the generals and moved down. Yes, they held people accountable at the lower levels, but you got to send the message. If you believe in the rule of law, all people have to be subject to the rule of law, and you have to send a message that you have to start at the top. And so that's what
Thank you. I think the second one, Selena, the issue of evidence of instability in the countryside, crop instability due to catastrophic events, climate change. Might that be a reason why people are migrating?
So we always look at the region in general as very vulnerable to extreme weather and then natural disasters. So there were 2 cases in El Salvador and Guatemala where the coffee crops were hit by a blight that had huge implications in terms of people not being able to get paid as that daily worker who were in the agricultural sector. But the bigger challenge that I've talked to the private sector is literally the corruption in order that you need to pay the transportistas, like to get your goods to market or to a distribution center. And this goes back to the culture of corruption and impunity, because if there is no actual punishment, as we know, it's only 3% of the crimes are actually claimed. So it's actually a man-made disaster that's impeding the economic development, in addition to droughts and floods and other earthquakes and the other, what we call godly acts, right? Whichever God you respect, right? But more importantly, it is a confluence sometimes of also just bad management of the economic infrastructure.
Thank you, Selena. Stephen, how do you break the link, this self-reinforcing link between gangs and commercial and political interests?
The multi-million-dollar question, right? Listen, we've seen both sides. We've seen one side perhaps much more than the other side, which is the idea that suppression is the only way, right? So most of the equation, it's weighted towards, okay, mano dura, and we don't see necessarily a similar amount of effort and financial resources put towards social, economic, educational, and other efforts in order to sort of play the long game. We're always playing the short game with this. And we've seen it play out within this particular space that I was talking about, the center of San Salvador. You know, it's unfair to say that these things are absolutely related, but certainly Norman Quijano's efforts came at a time period in which, in this particular space at least, the homicides went up. I'm not sure what that tells us other than that the conflictive nature of that tends to have at least some sort of ricochet effect that we need to consider when considering these policies. And then you take the sort of Bukele approach, which was much more accommodating in terms of them literally negotiating these spaces, mostly via these street vendor associations, and achieving some at least short-term goals of clearing out particular spaces. But as Ben points out, those come with some pretty serious questions. The bet that you're making along those lines is that you can change the formula by which someone who's in a gang is calculating their returns. The notion of, for example, lower homicides in a space, and this is quite a perverted equation, but I think one that we often just call development, but in this case we don't call it that, is that, for example, in those spaces, if you have less violence, then you have more customers going in and taking part in commercial activity there, new restaurants, new bars, and other things. You have a more vibrant licit and illicit economy there, including more petty drug dealing and things of those sorts. That's not exactly like a great equation, but certainly one in which a gang member could think, my returns are better when there are lower homicides. I don't know how you're playing that game back and forth, but that is the political, economic, and military sort of evaluations, I think, that you're doing. If you're a mayor, you're forced to do that when you enter into the office of the mayor in San Salvador. So that's not, I can't answer your question because no one's been able to answer that question, because that's something that others, including, Doug, who's in the audience here, has certainly talked about how the gang truce in El Salvador really emboldened the gangs, and they became a different sort of political entity thereafter. And that is certainly a danger. But how else are we to think that we're going to sort of smoothen the road, if you will? You're after sort of mitigating effects along a road that is very bumpy and very complex. So I don't think there's a perfect solution here. I think you're going to have to give and take along the way.
Thank you, Stephen. Ambassador, you're not here on an official capacity as a U.S. government official, but you have a lot of experience in government. How can the U.S. support what Stephen was talking about? A series of measures, series of tools to break the link that helps to self-reinforce organized criminal organizations and their connections with business, with politics.
It's the billion-dollar question. I think the short answer is that El Salvador's experience in engaging the gangs as gangs was instructive and unhappy. And I certainly found during my time in Honduras that nobody was ready for that kind of engagement. So the engagement is with the neighborhood and the individuals and the families and the environment rather than with the gang as a gang. And the gentleman who asked that question is Ben Rempel, who worked for me in Honduras. Well, you didn't really work for me, did you, Ben? But Ben worked for OTI, which is part of USAID, the Office of Transition Initiatives, which was really the pointy end of our spear in working in the most conflicted neighborhoods in the country, the most conflicted neighborhoods in the world, and trying to get at the issue of violence. And a lot of that reduction that we've seen in Honduras is directly a result of the work of Ben and people like him. So if you want to know more about that, grab him on the margins of this conference and talk to him about it.
Thank you, Ambassador. I love the principle of fairness, and I would like to ask people on this side of the room to ask questions, but we've run out of time. I'm very sorry. Nonetheless, you can continue interaction with our panelists afterwards. Please join me in thanking them.
Okay, so it is my great pleasure and great honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Ambassador William Brownfield. What can I say? He's an extremely distinguished speaker with many accomplishments. Let me just cite three. He was the Assistant Secretary of State for Drugs and Law Enforcement between 2011 and 2017. He was the Ambassador to Colombia between 2007 and 2010. And he was the Ambassador in Venezuela between 2004 and 2007, and prior to that in Chile between 2002 and 2004. So without further ado, so that we can get straight into his remarks and then a Q&A and a conversation, let me hand the floor over to him. Thank you.
While you have handed the floor to me, I'm not actually going to stand up, mostly because I think it will annoy everyone here in this room if I remain seated while talking, and that's all the motivation that I need to do just that. May I ask you all not to stare at Ambassador John Maisto, who for the second day in a row has arrived without a necktie. I am not looking at him now, but I do want him to know that on the conclusion of my presentation, as I'm about to leave, I will loan him my necktie so that he may at least dress like a gentleman for the end of this presentation. Is he glaring at me right now? I'm not going to look at him. I just want to see if he's paying attention. It is after lunch. I am aware, ladies and gentlemen, that you have just finished lunch. I realize there is no worse time in the world to address a group of humans than immediately after your meal. I will try to, at times, use a really loud voice and at other times softly, so that you will be able to fight the urge to fall asleep. My thanks to SAIS and to the Perry Center for putting this event together and for offering me this opportunity to engage in some conversation with you. It should not surprise you that due to my background and due to the fact that I have dedicated perhaps half of my professional life to the themes of drugs, transnational organized crime, and law enforcement, that I am going to focus most of my opening remarks on how that integrates into the issue of security challenges for Latin America, and I'll add to that for the first half of the 21st century. I'll also admit in advance, I will be offering what is fundamentally the U.S. perspective. One, it's a country I know quite well. Two, you are here in Washington, the capital of the United States of America, even for those of you who are not local, and there is some value for you, I suppose, in having a sense for how the United States looks at this particular problem set. So let me begin by just doing that. Let's define the problem set. Ladies and gentlemen, I entered the diplomatic service of the United States in 1979. Even General Rudesheim was only in the 30th year of his military career at that particular point in time, and I myself was a young kid, barely 26 years of age. At that time, if we were meeting and you had asked me, what is our principle, or what is the essence of the U.S. views and vision of security challenges coming from Latin America, I would have said drugs. And even more, I would have been talking very specifically about plant-based drugs, cocaine and heroin, that come from the foothills of the Andean region and largely are produced in the nations of Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia. That would have been the simple presentation I would have given to you 40 years ago. It's now 2018, very nearly 2019. Drugs is still one of those security challenges, without a doubt, but it's a different set of drug challenges. It's no longer just cocaine and heroin. In fact, very little heroin these days comes out of the Republic of Colombia. The vast majority, as presumably everyone in this room knows, like 95% that comes into the United States is produced in Mexico. And it's not just plant-based drugs now. In fact, as you look at the drug challenge from the U.S. perspective, you're looking at opioids, which are produced right here at home, thank you very much, heroin, which does tend to come from Mexico, and fentanyl and its various and sundry analogs, most of which are still produced in China, although it being a synthetic drug, can be produced in any laboratory, in any backyard or garage, anywhere in the world. But it's much broader a problem set today than just drugs. For example, human smuggling, if you're reading the newspapers, you cannot avoid 2 or 3 stories on the front page on smuggling issues, or at least their end product, which is large numbers of migrants coming in. And do not kid yourself, ladies and gentlemen, the majority of migrants who come in without documentation into the United States or many other countries in the world are in fact working with human smugglers. That's how they get to the country. There's another set of human smugglers as well, and that's the so-called trafficking in persons. If you call migrant smugglers voluntary migrants, trafficking in persons are the involuntary migrants, and it is still a criminal issue. You have gangs and their accompanying violence. And ladies and gentlemen, I would remind you that within 5 miles of where we sit, and frankly, wherever we might be sitting in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, I give you my word of honor, which for a Texan is worth its weight in gold. It doesn't have any weight. It's certainly worth a tremendous amount of money, that either MS-13 or Calle 18th Street has some presence within 5 miles of where you are sitting. Money laundering and financial crime. It's not just related to drugs. Quite frankly, it has become so sophisticated today that it can involve billions of dollars, that is based upon computer fraud or some other means to move money illicitly that is tied to things other than just drugs. If you were in Peru today, or for that matter in Colombia or Venezuela, you would say illegal mining is almost as serious a crime as illegal drug production and trafficking. If you were in Peru or Brazil, you would be talking about illegal logging, the complete depletion of jungles and forest for purposes of logging. If you were anywhere in the world, up to and including Antarctica, you would mention cybercrime. It is the 21st century, and cybercrime is clearly something that is developing as more and more entrepreneurial and technologically savvy people enter into the criminal world. Firearms is an issue we often forget about in the United States, but firearm smuggling, ladies and gentlemen, if you were to talk to any law enforcement representative from the Caribbean region or from Mexico, you would find that their foremost concern is smuggling of firearms, and that, ladies and gents, is a smuggling trade that is going from north to south. And finally, let's not forget, despite the fact that this administration has not given it the same emphasis, perhaps, as the last, wildlife trafficking is still one of those niche transnational, international crimes that is, in fact, having an absolutely serious impact in some places such as Africa, where entire species are at risk of being eliminated due to the illicit, unlawful, and criminal trafficking in wildlife. So, ladies and gentlemen, if 1979 was all about drugs, by 2018, I think we can say it's not your daddy's crime set anymore. Welcome to the 21st century. Second package of themes, if those are the crimes, if that is how we are defining TOC, transnational organized crime today, what are the enablers to that sort of crime? I'll offer up a few, and we'll have a broader discussion on this if you wish, because at the end of the day, how we, as the international community, a group of governments, and those who guide and direct those governments, how we deal with these transnational criminal threats is very much a function of what causes the crime, as well as how we attack it from a law enforcement basis. First, as anyone would say, is the question of poverty. You cannot, for example, talk about Central American migrants flooding north without addressing the issue of poverty as one of the things that drives their desire to leave, and therefore the criminal migrant smuggler's ability to ply his trade. That said, ladies and gentlemen, it is not the only reason. Not all poor people engage in criminal activity, and not all, rich people commit crimes as well. There is obviously more to the enablers of this particular phenomenon than just poverty. One is geography, or shall we say proximity to market. There's very little crime in Antarctica, as best as I can tell. I'm not aware that the penguins have attempted to organize in any sort of criminal activity. One reason might be that it's awfully chilly to get out and do crime in Antarctica, but another is it's a very long way to any useful market where you might wish to be producing and sending your Antarctic-produced cocaine or fentanyl, and for that reason, among others, I acknowledge, there isn't going to be a great deal of crime in Antarctica. Geography has something to do with this, and you will hear this very frequently when you are talking to representatives, particularly those who are involved in law enforcement in Mexico and Central America. And it's a valid point that they make. They are victims of geography in a sense that some products that tend to be produced in South America en route to markets in North America logically will pass through states and countries in between the production zone and the consumption zone. So geography has something to do with it. Gangs. Gangs are not only the criminal organizations, gangs are also the enablers. How so? If you have the misfortune to live in a neighborhood that is completely and utterly under the control of gangs such as MS-13 or Calle 18, you're going to find there's a tremendous amount of crime, there's a tremendous amount of violence, there are horrible amounts of threats, and that makes you more likely to either accept a gracious invitation to participate in a criminal organization, or alternatively, to do something in the way of criminal activity to provide you some degree of protection. So the gangs are both the result, but also the cause of a great deal of transnational organized crime. And the last two are the government explanations. One, corruption. I defy you, I defy anyone in this room to point to any transnational criminal organization that either has done or can do its criminal mission without corruption, without the ability to corrupt government officials that permit them to traffic their product, produce their product, or return the revenues that they have gained through the financial system. There is no transnational organized crime without corruption. And fifth and finally, connected but not actually exclusively related to corruption, is weak institutions. There are countries in this world, there are countries in this hemisphere who actually do not suffer from tremendous corruption, but nevertheless suffer from seriously weakened institutions. I point to one, and I'm sure I'm going to offend someone in this room, but if I can't offend someone while making a presentation, what's the point of making the presentation? Let's take a look at the country that perhaps is regarded as the most middle-class country in all of Central America. I'm referring to Costa Rica. Compared to its neighbors, compared to when I say neighbors, I mean in a very broad swath, going well north of Central America and going well south of Panama, it has a lower level of corruption than virtually anyone else in the neighborhood. It also, however, suffers from government institutions that have been underfunded for decades. Now, it's not corruption per se, it is government institutions, police, law enforcement, courts, prosecutors who are understaffed and under-resourced that open up opportunities for transnational organized crime. Poverty, geography, gangs, corruption, weak institutions. That's a package, ladies and gentlemen, that does not just facilitate, in some ways it guarantees, transnational organized crime in that neighborhood. Thematic package number 3. This is the easy one. This is the one that's going to generate whatever conversation you wish to have. I'm going to call it the 4 biggest hits. I'm not going to try to do a regional tour through the entire Western Hemisphere. I'm going to hit 4 country or regions and offer some views as to what the challenges are there in terms of security, crime, and crime-related issues. Going from north to south, from the city of Washington in the United States of America, first would be Mexico. In fact, if you listen sometimes to the U.S. news or to the newspapers, or perhaps even to the head of the Article II branch of government, you would almost think that this is the only criminal issue or security issue confronting this nation right now. That is wrong, but it is nevertheless an area where there is going to be dialogue, agreements and disagreements, and occasional tension between the two governments. And I offer you the following thoughts. As we work our way through, shall we say, the next 2 years, the second half of a term of the presidency of the United States, and the first 2 years of a term that begins, I believe, in 4 days' time, of the new presidency in Mexico. I predict we're going to have 3 debates that will have to be resolved. 1, how much do we focus on the border as opposed to other more internal issues. This, by the way, is a discussion that started as far back as 2008, as we first began to operationalize, the governments of Mexico and the United States, as we began to operationalize the Merida Agreement of 2007. The simplistic response of court, I have to be careful about that, one response, of course, is to say, let us strengthen and fortify the border. That will resolve all issues. And even there, you can have a good argument, as I did during my last 2 or 3 years while I was the Assistant Secretary of State for Drugs and Law Enforcement, that border doesn't necessarily mean the northern border of Mexico, the U.S.-Mexico border. It could also mean the southern border of Mexico, a border that is about 1/10 as long and is infinitely more controllable for that reason. So issue number one is how much of this issue is addressed as border versus non-border related issues. Issue number two is the impact of other issues, trade issues, commercial issues, political issues, or for that matter, regional issues. How much impact do disagreements, or at least expressions of position have, what impact will that have in terms of cooperation on transnational criminal organizations, crime and security issues? And the third area that we're going to have to pay some fairly close attention from both ends of the border is represented by 4 letters of the alphabet, AMLO. Ladies and gentlemen, no one in this room knows precisely where Mr. Lopez Obrador is going to come down in terms of these issues. That's a big unknown. People have been talking about the possibility of this gentleman being the president for a couple of decades now. Well, he's about to become that, and we're about to see how much is rhetoric, how much is real belief, how much is driven by ideology and philosophy, how much is pragmatism and a realistic understanding of the importance of a relationship, and for that matter, because I don't wish to put all the responsibility on the south side of the Rio Grande River, how much realization will we find up here, particularly in the Article 2, but I'll mention the Article 1 branch of government as well here in the United States. U.S., Mexico. Next, let's move down to Central America as a second package. This we read about every single day in the newspapers up here. It's migrants, yes, of course. It's also drugs, which is to say the vast majority of drugs that are in fact originating in South America will transit in some way Central America on their way north. Much of the transit may be by sea. Some of the transit will be by land. Far less of it these days is by air, but it is migrants, it is drugs, and let us remember, when I talk about MS-13 and Calle 18, gangs in the United States of America, let us remember, Calle 18, 18th Street, refers to a street and a neighborhood in Los Angeles, California, which is where that particular organization was founded back in the 1980s or maybe early 1990s by Central American migrants who were basically trying to find some means to protect themselves and their neighborhoods from what they perceived to be outside threats. MS-13, by the way, also was founded here in the United States of America. These are transnational organizations, and they're loosely affiliated, but you could say headquarters is in El Salvador. It really isn't, but nevertheless, there is communication in Honduras, in El Salvador, and obviously up here in the United States of America. So gangs are part of this challenge as well. May I suggest to you that as we work our way through the Northern Triangle Central America problem set, we're going to have in this U.S. administration exactly the same debates that we had in the past. How much do you focus on the push factors as opposed to the pull factors? The push factors are things like poverty, violence, threats of violence, the sort of things that make people that live in countries in the Central Triangle want to leave. The pull factors are, in a sense, the ease of getting into those countries, whatever is made available to them once they arrive at their destination, the ease of employment and so forth. How much do you focus on push versus pull? And second, which is related to but separate, how much of your solution is law enforcement and how much of your solution is developmental? My own hint, when we get to the solutions, my own theory is it's some of both. And before we leave Central America, may I remind you that if you were visiting the southern, or kind of eastern section of the Central American isthmus, you would find two governments, one located in Panama City and the other located in San Jose, who would be saying credibly and correctly, don't forget about us. In fact, what they often say, Dr. Pinzon, although they would never say it to you, but they've said it to me frequently, they have said, we are the victims of the Colombian peace accord. Now, they don't make the case convincingly, but they do note that as peace and some adjustment to the Colombian approach on drug eradication and drug enforcement as a result of the peace accord has generated, in their opinion, the movement of more Colombian product through Panama and through Costa Rica. And I would remind you all here that this is an easier problem set than the Northern Triangle. It does not mean that we should put the same amount of effort and resources into the southern pair that we do in the Northern Triangle, but it also suggests we should not forget that there is more to Central America than just 3 countries. Area number 3 is the Andes, and I will offer the following very simplistic assessment of the Andes. Let us start with Colombia, a country that, in my opinion, is the greatest success story of the 21st century in the entire world. And you may challenge me on this in a moment if you wish, but if you take where Colombia was in the year 1999 and assess where they are today in the year 2018, I defy anyone in this room to say to me and prove that by any measurable statistic, Colombia has not advanced in a positive direction, whether it's security or the economy or commerce, whether it's peace in the country, even drugs and drug production. It is not as good as it was in the year 2013. It is, however, better than it was in the dark days of the 1990s. That said, something unfortunate did happen over the last 5 years, beginning somewhere around the year 2013. Coca cultivation and cocaine production, which had dropped by roughly 2/3 between 2007 and 2013, climbed. And they didn't just climb, they climbed dramatically, as in more than tripled in size in roughly a 5-year period, to the point now where there is literally more cocaine being produced in Colombia than there is a market for that cocaine, either in the United States or Europe, and there is, to a certain extent, a desperate effort to generate more markets for the product. I will say to everyone in this room, I do believe the Colombian government is now moving in the right direction. We're hearing some creative ideas and creative thoughts, and realistic ones as well, to deal with this problem, but it is a problem that has to be dealt with. It's not yet a black mark on my statement that this is the greatest success story of the 21st century, but at least it's a mark that's trending a little bit towards gray. Let's skip over Ecuador, because Ecuador in many ways has somehow miraculously, no thanks to its government probably, at least its previous government, has escaped most of these, the criminal threats and problems. I would suggest to you that you do see some transport and transit a product through Ecuador, but at this stage it is still not what I would call a signature country in this regard. Peru, on the other hand, is a country that is dealing not just with a drug issue in terms of transnational organized crime, but probably the worst illegal mining and illegal logging problem in the entire hemisphere. Now, we in the United States have a tendency, unfortunately, not to pay a great deal of attention to this. Why? Because very little of the product comes to the United States. Our traditional market for drugs is Colombia, and the people who are most concerned about what is happening in Peru today are people who speak Brazilian Portuguese, or people who speak Spanish with a strong Italian-type accent whose national capital is located in Buenos Aires. Ask them whether they take Brazilian drug production seriously, and I can assure you they take it very, very seriously. They do as well for Bolivia, but Bolivia reminds me, and I know I'm going to offend someone on this, but I'm trying to offend its president and not anyone else in the country. Bolivia is kind of like the country that has it's like the schoolyard. We have got 2 or 3 kids who are bullies, but one of them, he's a bully, but he's kind of the smallest of the bullies, and he's really frustrated because he wants to do bad things, but no one will take him seriously because he's kind of small, he's kind of irrelevant. To a certain extent, that's the way I see the president of the Republic of Bolivia. By the way, the only country in the world, and I think in the history of the world, whose president is, in fact, the former head of the Cocalero, the Coca Growers Union. What a surprise that there would be perhaps some degree of drug-related issues in Bolivia. But let me go to my 4th and final country, because you'll notice I talked about the Andes, but I skipped over one Andean nation. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that I did not mention the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Why? Because it's in a class of its own. For 10 years or so, I referred to Venezuela as a narco state. I no longer do. I now refer to them as a mafia state. What is the difference? A narco state is a government, a country whose government is controlled by or strongly influenced by drug trafficking organizations. What is a mafia state? It is a country whose government is now so completely penetrated by organized crime of any type whatsoever that it is a mafia state. It's kind of like, I don't know, maybe what New York City could have turned into in the 1920s if the 5 families of the mafia had taken over. In a sense, what you have today in Venezuela is a country whose government institutions are available to, supported by, actively engaged in any kind of criminal activity that will generate money. And it covers every one of the crimes, the transnational organized crimes that I mentioned a couple of minutes ago. So normally, when people talk today about Venezuela, they are talking about the tragedy of a seemingly endless number of crises. A humanitarian crisis, a refugee crisis, a security on the streets crisis, a food crisis, a medicine crisis, a public health crisis, a democracy crisis, and all of those are true. But ladies and gentlemen, let us not kid ourselves. There is going to be no solution to those crises unless the security crisis driven by the penetration of organized crime of every important institution in Venezuela is not addressed in some way, shape, or form. So I conclude now by noting the heading for my last section. It's called Solutions. Are you ready? What are the solutions? You tell me. I will offer you the history of my 40 years, roughly 40 years, in the diplomatic business. I came in under Carter, and the point I guess I'm making here is there are 2 approaches that the international community has taken to these sorts of crime-based threats over the last 40 years. And it was focus on the developmental side, kind of the soft side, if you will, or focused on the hard side, law enforcement and military issues. I came in under the Jimmy Carter administration. He tilted towards soft side. At the very end, began to pay some attention to hard side issues coming out of Central America. He was followed by Ronald Reagan. He shifted 180 degrees, very much focused on law enforcement and security, and the soft side was almost an afterthought. He was followed by George H.W. Bush, who shifted a bit towards more development, but at the end of the day was still very much focused on the law enforcement and security side. He was then followed by Bill Clinton, who came in talking a good game on drugs, but basically his heart was on the developmental and soft side of the package. He was followed by George W. Bush, who talked a pretty good game in terms of developmental stuff, but his heart was very definitely on the law enforcement and security side. And he was followed by Barack Obama, who didn't even give much lip service to the security and law enforcement side, and overwhelmingly focused. And I'm saying this as a man who was his blipping assistant secretary for drugs and law enforcement for, in his case, 6 years, and I couldn't get any love. I did what I could, but that's not where President Obama's heart was. And now I think we can safely say we've shifted back. All of which is to say we have established 40 years of history of moving between the hard side and the soft side. What conclusion can we reach? That if you do it overwhelmingly in one direction only, you will not succeed. Solution, therefore, that I see is let's find the mix of both. You must deal with the root causes, but you also must deal with the criminal impact. You cannot just provide economic and social assistance and pour all of your money in there for the very simple reason that the citizens of your own nation, we're in the United States of America right now, will say, we think it's wonderful that we're making life better for these folks down, fill in the blank, in country X, but we meanwhile are suffering the consequences of this transnational organized crime. For political reasons, if for no other, you have to do some of both. That's the solution. What I cannot tell you is, how do you kind of set your percentages? Do you do it focused in one area more than in others? How much time do you need to factor into accomplishing your objectives? All of that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be decided by the questions and the comments that you offer now that I am finished speaking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Those are very, very thoughtful remarks.
You diplomat, you.
Yeah, I am. So before I hand it over to the audience, though, I am going to use my prerogative as moderator of this session to ask at least one question, maybe two. And the first question I want to ask relates to what you said about Venezuela as a mafia state. And in particular, as the things that you've said about the enablers of crime, Venezuela as the ultimate transnational enabler of crime, and how that connects with the situation that we see in Central America, and how it also connects with something that you said about Colombia being a very successful story. To what extent is Colombia's successful story now very much threatened by the ultimate transnational enabler that is Venezuela?
Yep. And by the way, I think it is right, proper, and correct that we do focus a good bit of attention on Venezuela in this discussion, because at the end of the day, as I, with uncharacteristic honesty, did state, I think it is overwhelmingly the biggest, toughest, most difficult, and most dangerous problem set that we're dealing with in this hemisphere today. What is the reality? There are 4 million, and I frankly think there's probably a bit more than 4 million, but there are most analysts will agree that there are at least 4 million Venezuelan citizens who have fled their nation. And in the last 2 years, those who are fleeing are, if you will, those at the very bottom of the economic and income scale, who have the smallest number of marketable skills and amount of education, the smallest number of capital reserves, if you will, which is to say property, which is to say money, that they can use both to either travel, to get to a destination, or when they arrive to have something to start with. The last 2 years have seen a surge in those that have almost none of that. And tremendous numbers of them have not even made it, not only outside of Colombia, which is where the overwhelming majority, and when I say overwhelming, I mean probably more than 90% of those who are fleeing do flee through Colombia. Now, the overwhelming majority wish to move on. Actually, they're somewhat aware that Colombia has become somewhat oversaturated with Venezuelans who have arrived in their nation. But increasingly, in the course of the past 2 years, you have Venezuelans who are so low down on the income scale that they do not have the assets to move on. Those that do move on, who are able to resettle, in turn are becoming issues. And by this I mean the Argentinas, the Chiles, the Perus, the Ecuadors of the world, or those at the other side of Colombia, the Panama and Costa Ricas of the world, do now in fact have such large communities that it is at least having some impact on their nations. All of this is to say, if we do not pay attention to this, or at least this aspect of the Venezuela problem set, we are at risk of seeing the export not of organized criminal activity, but communities that eventually will turn to crime and violence because they have nothing else to do. If they don't have employment, if they don't have businesses that they can set up, if they don't have skills that will give them something to do, if they're concentrated in, and they're not formally camps now for the most part, but they are shanty towns. And believe me, if you haven't been down to Cucuta in Colombia, at the Colombian-Venezuelan border over the past year, I mean, those are shanty towns to end all shanty towns. I mean, it's 4 sticks in the ground and some sort of cover overhead and tens of thousands of people concentrated there. And that is eventually going to be the ultimate export, the means by which is exported all of these problems that are today concentrated in Venezuela. And this, I would submit to you, is why we have watched the Lima Group over the last 2 or 3 years moving beyond what has been the traditional and understandable official Latin American position on internal issues in any country in Latin America. And that is an absolute respect for the sovereignty of any country and the refusal to intervene in that country's internal affairs. And I think you could say since certainly the Second World War, give it the last 70 or 75 years, that has been the cornerstone of Latin American diplomacy. And the Lima Group has begun to move those goalposts because they have realized correctly, ladies and gentlemen, that if not dealt with in some manner, this is going to become a huge problem that goes well beyond Venezuela. That's why I think we are right to focus a great deal of attention on Venezuela today.
Thank you. So let me open to we have a few minutes. Let me open to the audience. We have microphones around. If you can raise your hand, I will. Do you mind if we collect like 3 questions and then move on?
God, I hope I can remember 3 questions.
Okay, we'll do question by question.
I'm over 60 now, and I must admit sometimes I can't remember 2 things in a row. But we can try 3. I'll write down notes.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm doing notes.
All right.
I'm taking notes. If anyone says something really stupid, I'm going to note it.
Okay. So there's a question here.
I don't want to discourage anyone.
Also in the back. So please introduce yourselves and make your question into a question.
Thank you very much. Eric Olson from the Wilson Center, and I appreciate the way in which you kept us awake after our lunch. It was very...
I'm pretty sure I saw you do it.
It wasn't just entertaining, it was enlightening, so thank you.
If you were sleeping, at least you were not snoring, and for that
yes,
I'm deeply appreciative.
Well, granted. I wanted to take up your challenge at the end there about the solutions coming from us, and just to ask you to reflect on this. You've had, I think you said 40 years of international experience, certainly many of those years devoted to combating drug production and trafficking and so on internationally, all of which are valid, and you're very wise to raise this issue of it can't be all hard or soft side. I think I totally agree with you. What I didn't hear any reflection on is whether you think the United States, American people, whatever, have too high of expectations of what can really be accomplished on an international front. At the end of the day, it seems to me that a lot of this is about consumption in this country. And, you know, there's a tendency to push all the problems abroad. They're very real, but I wondered if you would talk about what the proper mix would be on domestic versus international.
I'm waiting. We're stacking them up. I'm writing them down.
Sorry.
I'm writing them down, Dr.
We're doing three.
I thought you were going to answer. Ambassador Brownfield, thank you. Cindy Arnson, also from the Wilson Center. My question has to do with combating the increase in coca production and cocaine in Colombia. You were ambassador there. You were assistant secretary for INL. There is a move, or there will be a move, as soon as the Constitutional Court gets around to it, to resuming fumigation. What can be done to change or alter the mix between development assistance and eradication to provide a more lasting solution? The peace agreement offered a certain proposal. Some would argue it didn't have enough time to take root in terms of community-based development and building of infrastructure and all those other things. But what can be done differently to make this sustainable in the future?
Go ahead.
I can handle one more,
Okay,
although
so Francisco.
I'm going to sound stupid probably, because three, you know, it's
Yes.
overwhelming.
Thanks very much, Ambassador. Francisco Gonzalez, professor here at SAIS. You've left your official role in the US, and you've been following a problem that has not only not disappeared, in many ways it probably has become worse in the course of the 2000s. The epidemiological evidence shows that the last 3 years in a row have, for the first time since before the First World War, seen a decrease in the life expectancy of the median American. And that has to do squarely with the opioid crisis created here by Purdue and other pharmaceuticals. That, in a way, opened the door to many of my co-nationals in Mexico to fill in a fantastic gap because cannabis is no more an issue as it's been legalized here. Cocaine is a market that they participate in, but today's cartels in Mexico make the bulk of their money from Mexican mud. And that's a problem created here. And it's a problem that does not just affect poor African Americans and Hispanics. It hits the white, middle, and upper classes. What is your opinion about this problem? Thank you.
Yep. Okay, that's three. There's no way I could remember any more than three. I'll have difficulty remembering these three. Domestic versus international. If you go by kind of amount of resources that are on average appropriated by the United States Congress every year, the proper balance is 90% domestic, 10% international. That's obviously far too simplistic, and it also ignores the fact that the overwhelming majority of funds that are dedicated to law enforcement, and actually I think probably to drug demand and treatment in the United States, being a federal nation, comes from state and local as opposed to the federal government. So I'm not going to try to answer the question in some silly statistical way. What I am going to say is obviously in a trade that basically envisions production occurring in one location and consumption occurring in a different location, at both ends of the scale there is some degree of obligation and national interest to address that issue. If we are a consumer nation, and by the way, we are, but we are far less a consumer nation of cocaine today than we were, say, 10 years ago, and we are more a consumer nation, and this is what you read about in the media on a daily basis, of opioids, heroin, and fentanyl, and other synthetics, then the obligation is to spend and put the resources on those problems. Now, if you don't also offer some resources internationally, you end up getting back to the old debate of the 1960s and the 1970s, where the consumer nations would point their fingers south and say, if you weren't producing this stuff, we wouldn't have a problem. It is your responsibility to eliminate it. And the producing nations would point their fingers north and say, if you wouldn't consume and thereby provide or create a demand for this product, they wouldn't be making it down here because there would be no market and we wouldn't have the problem. That, I think, we clearly established over 50 years was a fairly useless, sterile debate. At the end of the day, as was articulated quite clearly in the Merida Agreement between then Presidents Calderon and Bush 43, it is a shared problem and shared responsibility, and both sides have to work to address the issue. And you could broaden it, obviously, beyond just the U.S.-Mexico context to others as well. So my answer to the question are the American people impatient and naturally expecting to see results quickly? Yes, they are. Is the government in any way responsible for it? Yes, it is, including in my day, even I, because if I'm trying to convince, say, the national U.S. Congress to provide resources, I have to present an argument as to, if you will make these resources available to me, here are the things that I would hope to accomplish with programs overseas. Does this lead to an expectation that there's going to be a linear progression, and that at the end of 6 months, certain things will have been accomplished? Maybe. If so, since I'm now out of government, I acknowledge I'm somewhat guilty, not as guilty as others, but perhaps, because I'm a fundamentally honest person, but somewhat guilty of raising expectations too much, and therefore having a Congress and the constituents that it represents yet more inclined to insist upon results immediately, when, as I tried to say at the end of every briefing and every hearing I would ever do up in the United States Congress, I would say, when asked or even when not asked, it has taken us decades to get into this mess, and it is going to take decades for us to get out of it as well. And we have to think generationally as opposed to numbers of months or even numbers of years. Colombia, or for that matter, Cynthia, any country where there is drug production, and the question of development versus eradication being, you focused it on that. I could even do it a bit more broadly and say development versus law enforcement. I mean, that is an issue that has to be addressed in every single country where there is some degree of illicit drug production, or for that matter, trafficking. And there is no specific way to do it correctly. I will use Colombia and the Plan Colombia experience to show one way that I think produced good results. And it was kind of chronological. Plan Colombia, which was first appropriate, the funds for which, the overwhelming amount of the funds for Plan Colombia, of course, came from the Colombian government and the Colombian nation's own contributions. The perhaps 10% that was provided from the United States side through our support for Plan Colombia, which began in the year 2000, started with a heavy focus on law enforcement and security. roughly 2,000. I had originally predicted 2000 to 2005. In fact, it stretched well into 2007, might have gone even further, had the Democrats not taken control of both houses of Congress in the 2006 elections, and they then moved the clock pretty quickly. But the initial focus was heavy on the law enforcement and security side. Why? Because the argument was, until there is some degree of state and government control over virtually all areas of the country, any development program is not going to succeed. And then the theory, which eventually came to be the reality, was that as the government established greater control, the law enforcement and security contribution would reduce, and the social and economic development contribution would increase. And I would argue that that is largely what happened in Colombia. That's one of the reasons, I would argue, that the economy and commerce, including things like international tourism, have progressed as well as they have. Is that perhaps the route in other countries as well? Maybe, but let us be careful not to fall into the trap of assuming every country is exactly the same. For example, it wouldn't work at all in Venezuela today for reasons that have very little to do with social or economic matters and a great deal to do with policy, politics, and commitment to constitutional government. Mexico. Now, let's not walk down the road of the discussions that were, I thought, effectively addressed by the two governments in the Merida agreements of 2007. And that is, let's put behind us 100 years of arguing as to who's to blame, except that we both share some responsibility for this problem set, this security problem set, and let us come to an agreement in terms of how to address them. I also will not challenge you. You were too gracious and diplomatic to say it, but if you were to have said it, I would not challenge you for suggesting that we, from the U.S. side, have not been as helpful as we could have been over the past 1 year and 10 months in terms of keeping that focus as we had it for the previous 9 years or so, in terms of accepting shared responsibility and therefore shared solutions. At the end of the day, as I was describing in terms of of consumption and demand versus production and law enforcement, we do need to have a dialogue that allows for basic agreement on what the problems are that we are trying to address. As part of that, we have to accept the absolute sovereign logic that Mexico is the ultimate decision maker in terms of programs, projects, operations that will occur in Mexico, just as the United States government is the ultimate decision maker in terms of programs, projects, operations that will occur in the United States. And the key is communication between the two governments. Ideally, I will acknowledge, not via the front pages of newspapers and the evening broadcasts, or for that matter, tweets and social media, but rather through direct government-to-government communication. Because when we do not manage the strategic communication between the two governments, and when we allow it to be communication through soundbite and media engagement, it forces the other government to immediately have to respond by that same way, and the problem then builds into a greater and more complicated problem, which gets me back to what I said initially. One of our challenges, and I acknowledge it's at our end as well, we now have a government in the United States, no longer a new government. It has been in office for a year and 10 months. So it's not fully seasoned, but it's been around the cycle now, wrapping up 2 for a second year. And we have a brand new government coming into office in Mexico in 4 days' time. And this is a time where I hope and pray, and I must acknowledge, I don't bubble with optimism, but I hope and pray both governments will realize it is in their national interest to try to control their communication, their public communication, and to have a mechanism, whatever that mechanism may be, whereby they can communicate and reach at least basic agreement as to who is going to do what. I come from a state that is a border state. I come from a state that actually, in my humble opinion, has the best relationship with the United Mexican States of any state in the Union, bar none, despite the fact that we had a somewhat revolutionary origin back in the year 1836, but there is a greater understanding in the state of Texas that in fact we absolutely depend upon the relationship with Mexico. And we don't, on a state basis, we don't perhaps engage in this somewhat counterproductive public dialogue as perhaps is done elsewhere. And my hope would be to, some say very stable geniuses, I believe. Many people say stable geniuses, whether Mr. Lopez Obrador or his counterpart in Washington, Donald J. Trump, will at least understand that there is value for them in controlling that sort of discussion. That's the best answer I'm going to give you right now. I believe as of the 1st of December, we're going to do a lot more. We're going to have a stronger sense of what we are dealing with, and therefore we're going to be able to react to something. I am hopeful. You know, when and I know people are now beginning to wonder how much longer I'm going to talk. I was around about 15 years ago. I believe I was down in Chile at the time when José Ignacio Lula da Silva became the president of Brazil. Now, admittedly, we now know that some bad things happened then, but there is almost terror in the hearts of many, many Latin American governments, not to mention the United States government, as to what this guy who had been, you know, the left-wing leader, the rabble-rouser, the bomb thrower of the Brazilian left for decades, perhaps even for generations. And people said, what in the world is going to happen now that he becomes president? And the truth of the matter is, until recently, we thought he was a pretty good president. I mean, he was stable, he was predictable, and it was, by Brazilian standards, a fairly stable period. Now, other things were happening, but they were not necessarily an impact in terms of how the government itself operated. For that reason, I'm actually one of the few people in this town right now who's kind of looking forward to AMLO as president. I think if Lula could fool us, by God, it's quite possible that Mr. Lopez Obrador could do the same. I'm now finished, and I bet somebody's going to say, well, I have to stop now, huh?
Well, I will say that I'm very glad that you ended this session on an optimistic note about my own home country, so thank you very much for that. So with that, we have run out of time. Please join me in thanking the ambassador. So our next panel on China and Russia will be moderated by Lieutenant Colonel Jim Marquardt, who's sitting right there. He is the Columbia Director for the Department of Defense, and he's also an adjunct professor here at SAIS. I won't take up any more time and just lead on straight to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for staying all throughout the whole day and several different panels and the keynote speaker. The first two panels that we had were really focused on the internal security issues of Latin America. So we talked about Venezuela, we talked about Central America, and we just had Ambassador Brownfield cover the gamut of a lot of the different security challenges in all of Latin America. So at the beginning, or most of it, has been focused on the internal factors that are going on. This last panel, we're going to try to transition and look at some of those external influences from other countries outside of the region and the impact that that has within the region. So specifically, we're looking at Russia and China and taking a look at what are those intentions of those countries in the region. Are they good? Are they nefarious? Are they bad? How have they changed over the years? And what exactly are those objectives? And is it good or bad for the region? Or is there something that the countries in the region have to be wary of? So here today we have 4 panel members. So on the right side, I have Russia folks, and on the left side, or my left side, we have the China folks. So on the right, we have Julia Gorganas. She's a non-resident scholar with the Russian and Eurasia program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Her research focuses on trends in Russian foreign policy and Russia-U.S. relations. She has spent the past 2 decades working in the U.S. intelligence community on issues related to Eurasia. And then we have Douglas Farah, who's president of the IBI Consultants, LLC, and senior visiting fellow at the Center for Strategic Research at National Defense University. Farah also specializes in field research and works as a consultant and subject matter expert on security challenges, terrorism, and transnational organized crime in Latin America, both for the U.S. government and private sector. And then to my left, covering China, we have Margaret Myers. She's the director of the Asia and Latin American program at the Inter-American Dialogue. She's published extensively on China's relations with Latin America and the Caribbean region. And previously, she worked as a Latin American analyst and China analyst at the U.S. Department of Defense. And then we have Stephen Kaplan, who's an associate professor of political science and international affairs at George Washington University. His book, Globalization, Austerity Politics in Latin America, explores how the relations between international creditors and national debtors affect economic policy choices. So what we're going to do for the panel is we're going to start off with the Russia component. And again, we have 2 folks here for Russia. So first we're going to have Julia. She's going to talk about overall Russia practices and tensions in the regions and their objectives. And then Douglas Farah is going to hone in on specific examples on what they're doing with specific countries in the region. So Margaret, please.
All right. Thanks very much. And thanks very much for having me here today. As a non-Latin America person, I've really enjoyed the panels this morning and the keynote. So it's been a great learning opportunity for me. I also think that this conference today is particularly well-timed. We have world leaders descending upon Buenos Aires today for the G20 meetings. It's the first time, I believe, that Latin America has served as a host for the G20 meetings. So, our panel kind of wrapping up the day today seems also particularly well-timed to talk about the external influences on the region. Before I jump in, I do want to just give a disclaimer. I am a U.S. government employee, but I'm here today on my personal time and expressing my personal views and not those of the U.S. government. So diving into Russia in Latin America, it's not, Russia's activities in the region are not nearly as widely covered as, say, what Russia is doing in Europe or the Middle East, or as we've seen in the news over the past week, its activities in Ukraine. But I would posit that what Russia is up to in Latin America is really very important for us to understand what Russia's global ambitions really are. And it also allows us to take a look at the opportunities and really the risks to the countries in the region and to the United States. Russia has some broad foreign policy goals that we can see very clearly map onto its activities and approaches in Latin America. These foreign policy goals are long-standing. They were in place before President Putin came into power. And they're likely to be kind of a legacy of Russia's foreign policy approach even beyond Putin, if we can imagine what that day might look like. And there are really 3 pillars to Russia's goals. The first is to be and be seen as a great power, a global power. The second is to establish a multipolar world, one in which Russia serves as a key pole or component. And the third is to challenge U.S. dominance. These 3 big, broad goals are all kind of interwoven with each other, but you can look at them kind of on their own as well. And so Russia's activities in Latin America really feeds these 3 goals. The first is rather obvious: to have a presence, to have relations, to sell arms to countries in Latin America, in the U.S.'s backyard. That is really a demonstration that Russia is a global power. It's back. It's a hallmark, kind of echoes of Soviet history in the region as well. And so that is kind of, we've seen as Putin came back back into the presidency in 2012 for his third term, kind of a resurgence of Russia's global activism, including in the region of Latin America. We also see that Russian activities in the region by default contribute to kind of an erosion of the U.S. Position in the region. And then, of course, a buildup of alternative voices and alliances and partnerships in the region is something that then can contribute to that notion of this multipolar world, that there are other ways of approaching problems and other ways of doing things, not just kind of under the umbrella of U.S. leadership, let's say. So a couple of examples of how Russia and under Putin has kind of leveraged the presence and relationship with Latin American countries. The one that really comes to mind was in 2014, in the months after the illegal annexation of Crimea. All of a sudden, there was a kind of a big splash of high-level visits and strategic partnership agreements in Latin America. Putin himself visited the region in July of 2014. He went to Cuba, Argentina, Brazil, Venezuela. And then in the months after, his defense minister came back and signed a number of security agreements and the like. Also at the same time, a resolution was put forward at the UN to condemn Russian actions, and a handful of Latin American allies voted along with Russia against this resolution. So that was Bolivia, Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela. So that's, you can see very clearly from these examples the way in which the region can serve Russia's geopolitical interests. A couple of other examples I'll touch on. We talked in the first panel about Venezuela. Obviously, Russia's economic lifeline to the Maduro regime, which really kind of came with a splash in 2017, is a great example of the way in which Moscow kind of scans and identifies opportunities, both for financial gain, a future financial gain in this case in Venezuela by acquiring energy assets, but then also an opportunity to thwart U.S. objectives. I mean, in May of 2018, May this year, when Maduro was reelected, the U.S. came out very clearly with, condemning the conduct of the election and the results, and Moscow was right there, kind of right away, going toe-to-toe, having sent observers to the elections and recognizing and congratulating Maduro on his victory. So that's just kind of almost a Russia-U.S. clash, right there in Venezuela. And then I would also note, again, pivoting back to the way in which Moscow seeks to use multilateral organizations like the UN to address problems. Also last year, there was a UN vote on condemning Syria's use of chemical weapons. And in that case, Bolivia sided with Russia to vote against that resolution. So there's kind of fruits to Russia's efforts to establish ties and deepen relationships that can extend beyond the region. So that really leads to what I kind of want to lay out as what is Russia's tailored and somewhat tiered approach to the region. It starts first with trade, investment, and commercial deals. And here Russia doesn't have, the bang that the Chinese do, but yet, is seeking to make inroads where possible for its own financial gain, but then also to foster those ties. The next tier to Russia's approach is through arms sales and security relationships. Again, there's financial gain here through the arms sales, but then an ability to kind of draw that out and potentially establish stronger security relationships. And what I see as kind of the top of the tier is this notion of alliances and partnerships that I mentioned, that both can serve Russian interests on a kind of tactical level in terms of financial transactions, but also that Moscow that can then leverage in its broader geopolitical aspirations. And so looking ahead, I would note that we can expect that Russia is going to continue to demonstrate that it's a global player with influence, and it will do that throughout Latin America, and it will do it in a way that is rather low cost but high impact, leveraging the media outlets that it has extended throughout the region. RT Español is available either through direct broadcast or online in nearly every country across the region with a growing viewership. And then, also leveraging the countries across the region, their own desires for alternatives, their desire to kind of demonstrate their sovereignty. We see this through the election of some populist leaders. We've talked about AMLO over the lunch discussion. The way in which Moscow is able to present itself as an alternative or a different kind of partner, one that may not be concerned about Foreign Corrupt Practices Act or any of the strings that come with organized criminal networks. That's actually the language that a lot of Russian officials and entrepreneurs and oligarchs speak. And so there are many openings there that Moscow is going to seek to leverage for its own gain going forward. And then I would also like to mention if we want to kind of draw things out, what's at stake or what's at risk for the United States here. I mentioned the kind of erosion of kind of U.S. position as number one partner across the region. Some of that is happening because of U.S. our own policy choices, but Moscow is well positioned to take advantage of that. But there's another kind of security implication that we need to think about kind of down the road, and that is the more successful Moscow is at kind of building these alliances and partnerships, the greater the possibility or even just the specter of Russia being able to kind of access military facilities in the region. We've seen this a little bit already with Cuba and Venezuela, also Nicaragua. There's, as countries experience changeovers in leadership and different domestic developments within their own countries, Moscow is going to be well positioned to take advantage of those changes and that chaos, again, to further its influence with if they don't achieve, the goal of establishing a military base per se in a given country in the region, even just the prospect or the specter of that, I think, is something that they would like to achieve, and it's another way for Moscow to, circling back to those foreign policy goals, establish itself as a global power and a challenge to the United States.
Thank you, Julia. Doug?
Okay, well, thank you. What Julia talked about, I think, fits well into what I was going to go with my thing. I think it's very important to understand with Russia and Latin America, and I'm going to focus on the relationships with the Bolivarian states, particularly, because those are the states that are most open to Venezuela, Bolivia, El Salvador, Nicaragua particularly, open to the Russian view of the world and how the world works and their ability to maximize their impact with very little cost. And I think that one of the things to understand, particularly in the Central American context, is that when Russia goes in, it's not going in new like China does. There's very little experience in the region and sort of finding its way through. It's going back to find old friends who have been longing for them to come back to the region for a long time. So, good chunk of the FMLN leadership in El Salvador today were trained in Moscow and spent a lot of time there. A lot of them speak Russian, and when the Russians come in, they can have their interlocutors who speak their language, and it's very important. Nicaragua's the same way. They have a long history of ties with the senior Sandinista leadership, and several of the FMLN, Jose Luis Merino and others have said publicly many times, we long for the days when the Soviet Union will come back. Well, now they're back. So this is like a really happy time for them. So they're not plowing new ground. And so as you look through and you wonder how the Russians got so far so fast in the region, I think that's part of the answer. one of the things that you see them working, as Julia said, they want to be taken as a world power, and you see them specifically setting themselves up as a counterpoint to the United States on very specific issues that the United States does. So the big bang in Central America was what? A counter-narcotics training center in Nicaragua. There's really no counter-narcotics training going on there. It's nothing is functioning there. They tried it for a few years. Apparently the instruction was pretty crappy. People stopped going. But nonetheless, they maintain themselves now as a counter-narcotics center as a counterpoint to U.S. counter-narcotics policy. It's something we do well, so they want to do it well. I think if you look at one of the things that they did in Nicaragua as well was set up a pharmaceutical factory that was supposed to be pumping out all of these wonderful pharmaceutical things, which never really got off the ground, the Menshnikov factory. They brought in fake machinery. This is all documented afterwards when they inaugurated it. Daniel Ortega's son, Laureano, held a $50,000 party that night with champagne and caviar, and all the Russians came in. The next morning, they took all the equipment out of the pharmaceutical company. It never functioned at all, and they keep talking about how they're going to get it going. But it gives the impression that they're doing something really fantastic, because what was their argument for putting a pharmaceutical factory in? The United States and the developed world is not meeting your medical needs. We can do it very cheaply. We'll do all these great things for you, and then poof, magically it's gone. But I think you have to understand the Latin American context, you have to understand, and Julia probably knows a lot more about this than I do, I think it goes back to the Gerasimov doctrine, which was elaborated by Valery Gerasimov, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Russian military. And in 2013, he wrote a seminal work that people have spent a lot of time looking at since, essentially saying there's no longer any difference to Russian military doctrine between war and peace. There will never be a state of peace. There are just different types of wars going on a regular basis. And he wrote that asymmetrical actions have come into widespread use, enabling the nullification of the enemy's advantages in armed conflict. Among these actions are the use of special operations forces and internal opposition to create permanently operating fronts through the entire territory of an enemy state, as well as informational actions, devices, and means that are constantly being perfected. So this is a doctrine of essentially saying and he writes about it in other places. Sometimes it'll be all diplomatic or largely diplomatic. Sometimes it'll be economic. Sometimes it'll be cyber war. Sometimes it'll be military. We're all in this sort of package, and we can press whatever lever we want at whatever time that's to our advantage. So I think if you look at how Russia has approached the region, that's what it's doing. You see in some cases they go hard on the military aid if people can afford to buy it. Sometimes they go hard on the diplomatic front. You see them establishing in Nicaragua a whole series. I think if you look at where Russia is really focusing, it's not Venezuela, except for the financial aid. They throw them lifelines. But it's Nicaragua. Nicaragua is really the hub of where the Russians have put all their eggs in that basket, and they have established the regional narcotics training center. They have a permanent rotating force of 350 Russian trainers on the ground at all times. They have a regional complex for Glasnost, the counterpart to Google Earth, and a whole substation built with electronic monitoring capabilities. They're selling really high-end surveillance equipment across the region at relatively low prices that allow governments like the Ortega regime in Nicaragua to suck up massive amounts of information they never had the capacity to do before. So if you look at why the movement in Nicaragua that started with the students against Ortega, why it was decapitated so quickly, it was partly because the Russians had provided the Nicaraguan government with the technological means of tracing the WhatsApp chat rooms and stuff, and were able to decapitate them very quickly. They the Russians in Nicaragua have received privileged port and airport access for Russian military vehicles and warships. They've obtained the promise, as Julia said, this may not always be true, but the specter is there, of deepwater ports, access deepwater ports in the Atlantic coast, Rosita and Puerto Sandino on the Pacific. And they participate, as I said, in the joint venture to do the vaccines that never panned out. The other thing I think that is a strategic challenge for the United States is their installation of different banking structures there that operate virtually no place else in the world and allow for lots of money to move into Russia that is then untraceable to us from criminal proceeds. And the primary one that we've been tracking over time is Evro Finance Mostar Bank, which is 50.001% owned by a consortium of sanctioned Russian banks, and 49.999% owned by the Venezuelan state. It only operates in Venezuela, China, and Moscow, but there have been times when it's suddenly chunks of money. There was a time when Venezuela's foreign reserves were down to almost nothing. They were $32 million or something. Suddenly, $28 million of that was transferred out of Venezuela through this bank and disappears into a black hole at a very crucial time. With the timing of it was really strange because they really needed that money. Eventually, then Russia stepped in with aid and other packages that made up a chunk of that money, but you have to wonder what that transaction was about. And as Julia said, they're moving very aggressively into acquiring the natural resources in the area, often stuff that's not really worth very much anymore, especially in Venezuela. There's not much left to take out of Venezuela. But what does this buy them? What you see, I think the symbiotic relationship at an international level is really interesting, because when Nicaragua is going to be sanctioned, or Venezuela is going to be sanctioned in the United Nations, who always vetoes the resolution? It's Russia. It's perfect. And when Russia is in trouble and needs international allies in any international forum, who is the bloc that will move with them? It's the Bolivarian states to give it. So it's not one state. It's 4 or 5 states that give them the cover that they need. And finally, I want to just touch on one of the other things which I think is really interesting that's not looked at very often, and that is their cyber presence in the region and their use. If you look at what Venezuela did when it decided to launch its cryptocurrency, right? Mm-hmm. Who designed the cryptocurrency? A Russian living in Uruguay who was hired to come in and build this for them. And the only country that recognizes Venezuela's the petro is Russia. Which leads one to believe that perhaps there's a lot of other activity going on there besides normal economic activity. But they've provided a whole series of capabilities that were not available in the region before, and which these states, I would say, absent any sort of oversight and democratic controls, and as the process goes forward, has allowed regimes with repressive tendencies like Venezuela and Nicaragua to become much more repressive, much more quickly, with much less consequence. Because, as Julia said, if the Russians give you money, and I would say the same with the Chinese, they don't come with human rights strings attached to them. They don't come with due diligence. They don't come with, we're going to check and see how you use this. What do we say when we give wiretapping equipment like we did in El Salvador? We'll give you this, but you can't use it to spy on your political enemies. You have to use it for certain things. The Russians just give it to you and say, good luck and go with God, and off you go, and you can do whatever you want. So you can immediately decapitate student movements, because nobody's going to come back and complain afterwards. So I think if you look at what they say about themselves, what they want to do, how they view the region, how they view their engagement in the region, through the Gerasimov Doctrine, which is, I think, something that we should pay a lot more attention to, and it also gives us some predictive capacity as to where they're going to be moving, that you see a whole series of things unfolding. And I will close with this. There are a series of companies we've been tracking that are Russia, that present themselves as business associations across Latin America, headquartered in Chile. Every one of the leaders, when you peel back the onion, were senior KGB officials from the 1980s and 1990s. The main guy is he was a colonel in the Russian military and a lieutenant general in the KGB. Fascinating character. They take hundreds of businessmen back to Russia every year to go to conferences, mostly for recruitment, and they have a very widespread presence. There's 3 big companies. They all are headquartered in the same exact office and the same exact address in Moscow, so they're probably not separate companies, because they all have the same directorships as well. So one could say they're probably not too separate in their activities. And they present themselves as these business community guys, recruiting people how to do business in Russia. But when the people come back into the field, they have a lot more sympathetic agents working for them at significant levels. I would say, Julia said, we don't pay enough attention to what the Russians are actually doing. It's low impact, not a huge amount of money, but I would say at this point, highly effective.
Thanks, Doug. So now we're going to transition a little bit into the China side of the influence in Latin America. So we're going to start off first with Margaret. She's going to cover the bigger picture of what China intentions are and some of the practices. And then we'll pass it to Stephen, who will talk about specific financing practices that China has in the region. Margaret.
Thanks so much, and thanks to SAIS and the Perry Center for the very kind invitation. I'm a graduate of SAIS Nanjing, so it's always an honor to come back here or come to SAIS DC and participate in whatever form I can. I think this is a wonderful way to kind of manage this panel because there are some really striking similarities. I think we'll both get into those. But the surveillance, exportation of surveillance equipment, I didn't even realize was happening on the Russian side, and certainly that's a feature of Chinese engagement as well. But also some very striking differences, I think too. So I hope to highlight a few of those. I'll be talking, broadly about China's relationship with Latin America, but I also want to focus on this really fascinating U.S., China, Latin America triangular dynamic that has materialized in just the past couple of years and its implications for U.S. policy toward Latin America in particular, but also broadly. As many of you probably know, the U.S. has been worried about Chinese engagement in various forms in Latin America since around the 1990s, since Hutchinson Whampoa, Hong Kong company, became involved in the canal, and even before then. But I would say that at this moment, there is an increasingly striking consensus in Washington that Chinese investment in Latin America and other regions, constitutes a broad threat to the United States. So much so that China features among the top subjects that U.S. officials tend to address during high-level meetings across the Latin American region, and I'm sure you've read plenty about that. There are wide-ranging concerns, about dual-use infrastructure facilities and technologies, about effects on regional stability and governance, corruption levels, worries about relative competitiveness, of U.S. companies, and also I think concerns about China's effect on U.S. influence and historical dominance, not only in the Latin American region but also globally. And these concerns certainly resonate in certain circumstances, and I don't want to downplay them at all. But I think it's critical that the U.S. avoid being alarmed about all of China's myriad activities in the Latin American region and elsewhere, and to use real data and independent accounts of project development, ideally many of them coming from the Latin American region, to be very clear about what really constitutes a threat either to the U.S. or to countries in the region. And only by doing so can the U.S. ensure informed and effective foreign policy making and also avoid strategic miscalculation, which I think is a real threat of late. So first of all, I think it behooves us, and when I say us, I mean the U.S., speaking on behalf of the U.S., help me there, but to put China's engagement with Latin America in some context, So Latin America is absolutely, there are many, many signs that Latin America is growing in importance to China, absolutely. More activity, more high-level visits, more students in Latin America studying, or rather in China studying Latin America, new programs on Latin America. But it's still probably the lowest priority region of all of the regions. And a big part of that is distance, absolutely. I mean, the logistics of just getting to Latin America, it's far away. It was the last, sort of region after the Arctic to join the BRI, And China was even reluctant, rhetorically at least, to sort of include Latin America as part of the Belt and Road, formally. That said, in a database of projects, transport infrastructure projects that we developed just a few months ago, we've noticed a pretty remarkable uptick in actual project development in the past 5 years in particular. So there is absolutely more activity, especially in terms of infrastructure development. We focused on transport, but if you look at electricity transmission or a wide variety of other sectors, there's plenty of activity there too. According to our data, nearly 40% of China-backed transport infrastructure projects that China expressed interest in since 2002 broke ground in the past 5 years alone. But we also noted that only about half of the 150 or so projects that China has expressed interest in developing have actually materialized. There's been a lot of activity in ports and in other kind of smaller projects, but the big sort of headline-grabbing projects that many of you have probably heard about, the Peru-Brazil Railway, other major sort of road and rail all over the country that's been proposed, Nicaragua Canal, for example, have yet to break ground. That's not to say that they won't, right? But it's important to note that Chinese companies have and will continue to face numerous obstacles to project execution in Latin America. And here, anything from financial issues, failed negotiation processes where they don't feel that it's a sustainable project from a financial perspective, local opposition, protests, cancellation of the project back home, you name it. So a lot of these things just kind of don't happen. The problem is we don't know when they don't happen. We only know when they're announced. So it always sounds a lot bigger than perhaps it actually is. Also important to note is that the investments are very, very different. They vary considerably in scale and structure. So we've heard about a lot of Chinese port activity, but we need to understand what exactly the Chinese are doing with respect to these ports, right? In some cases, they're building the whole port. It's a huge endeavor, and the port is in perhaps even a very important geostrategic location, right? In other cases, they're buying a sort of, a facility nearby or have a very, very small stake in the port itself in a concession. So it really, really ranges. Some, would be perceived as more of a threat strategically than others, but one has to look on a case-by-case basis. In terms of financing, some of these are being financed almost 100% by the Chinese. Other times China has a small stake, or you see the commercial banks instead of the policy banks involved, or other international banks acting together with Chinese banks. So it really, really ranges, and that's important to understand as well. Second, we need to consider China's primary motivations for engaging the region. Whereas Russia's challenge is, I think, a lot more political, and sort of, perhaps I think, as Julia argued, a threat to U.S. dominance directly. So much of what China is doing in Latin America and elsewhere is motivated by its own energy and food security calculus, and by its exceedingly complex domestic reform agenda. Road and rail projects, as any student of China knows, right, are intended to facilitate trade in goods while employing excess capacity, improving transport security, and providing investment opportunities for Chinese companies and banks. So, while some of the facilities that China has invested in could indeed be dual use, absolutely, no question, is that really their intention? And I understand that this is a moot point in the event of a US-China conflict, of course, but it strikes me that China's motivations are quite varied and very often inwardly focused. It could also be the case, and I look forward to your reactions to this too, that an uptick in overseas activity should really just be expected from an increasingly global power. Third point I want to make is that it will also be critical when thinking about how to address, policy toward Latin America with China in mind. The U.S. needs to understand that some Chinese engagement with Latin America might actually advance U.S. interests, right? Real economic gains for specific countries or communities in Latin America are evident as a result of certain, projects and investments. That's been demonstrated in certain cases. And what's good for the region broadly, right, presumably would also be good for the United States from an economic perspective. If one's aim is to limit migration to the United States, then economic development in the region is generally thought to be at least one important means by which to achieve that aim. And then fourth point, I think it would make sense to note that China's approach to global engagement could very well evolve in the coming years, and in fact is probably already evolving in many ways. There are considerable concerns about reputational risk, about the fallout of deals gone wrong among the very highest levels of leadership in China and among
those institutions that are responsible for monitoring overseas activity, to the extent that some companies have even been blacklisted, right, from operating overseas because they did particularly poor jobs with bad implications for China's image as a result. Corporate social responsibility is something that has become somewhat of a buzzword in China recently. There's a whole lot more to do on the firm side, on the company side, to really incorporate these practices in a real way. But it's happening to a degree, and some companies are actually doing fairly great jobs, others are not. So it's also important to look on a company-company basis at what precisely is happening. And then I think there's considerable potential for BRI, for Belt and Road Initiative, overreach. I was actually shocked when the Belt and Road was extended to Latin America. Traditionally, it's an Eurasian thing, right, the Silk Road. But now it's an everything thing, right? It's an everywhere thing. And there are a lot of promises, and there's a lot of excitement in Latin America about what the BRI will potentially bring in the form of infrastructure investment. And it remains to be seen whether China will be able to follow through on all of these promises. That said, there are, of course, some real concerns in terms of Chinese engagement with Latin America, especially, I think, as concerns regional sovereignty, corruption, and its effect on democratic governance. China is no stranger to bribery. There are plenty of Latin American officials that have visited China to go on shopping sprees and have been presented with $50,000 on a table to use at their own discretion. The environment, only China is going to be doing any sort of major activity in the Amazon. Debt issues, and in other ways. The El Salvador case, and I don't know how much time I have I can perhaps address this during Q&A, is I think one of the most concerning cases right now from a sovereignty perspective, and perhaps also a corruption one, depending upon how things play out in the election there. But there are also plenty of examples of countries rolling back regulatory standards in order to attract investment into sectors where China is traditionally very active. And as I mentioned, the multilaterals aren't active in particularly biodiverse areas, but China hasn't had any qualms as of yet about doing so. So major implications there, most likely. So not just the US, but other countries and international media and civil society have an important role to play in making the harmful effects of Chinese and other sources of investment broadly known. But at the same time, the US must recognize that opposing China-Latin America cooperation without offering a more favorable alternative is not and has not yet been an effective strategy.
Thanks a lot. Stephen? Well, thank you very much to SAIS Latin America, as well as the Perry Center for having us here. Also, thank you for having a forum where we're able to differentiate between China and Russia and Latin America. I think that's a very important enterprise. I think over the last year, particularly since the national security strategy has sort of lumped those two countries together, quite often we see them talked about and addressed together, but I think it's very important to differentiate the two because like Margaret, I think the intent is quite different. And once you identify that the intent is different, that has important implications for the tools and strategies you use from a US perspective in order to respond to the challenge, right? I'm going to be speaking a little more specifically in terms of finance, and I'll lead with sort of the question of why would finance be so important, right? For people who aren't, focused on finance, there may be people from a variety of different disciplines here. Why it's important is for countries, right, particularly countries, developing countries that don't have the tax bases or financial markets or resources that developed countries might have, they often have to borrow externally, borrow from other countries. So historically, what this often meant for countries within Latin America is that you could borrow from either multilateral institutions, global commercial banks, Western banks, or bond markets. But typically, there was a conditionality that was associated with that, where, yes, you would borrow money, but then you had to pursue a certain amount of objectives, traditionally known as a Washington Consensus, in terms of budget discipline, transparency, right? A whole sort of slew of policy priorities that we're all very familiar with as an audience.
So why sort of the emergence of new creditors, whether it be China or Russia, is very important, is to look at how do they operate compared to traditional creditors, and what does that mean from a policy perspective. So first of all, I want to kind of get into this idea of intent a little bit more, and particularly unpack sort of a policy meme that we've heard over the course of the last year quite a bit, which is called debt trap diplomacy. Right? The New York Times has written about this. Vice President Pence has talked about this in October as well. This is essentially the notion that China purposely engages with other countries, offering loans, often low-cost loans, through infrastructure and other things, in order to increase the amount of indebtedness a country has and ultimately attain strategic assets. Right? So why this is important is that you think of a characterization like that and you have to ask yourself, okay, is this the actual Chinese intent? Because if it is, that suggests maybe one set of policies would be appropriate, perhaps even the harder line tack that we see at times taken in the recent few years towards Latin America. But instead, if you sort of come to the conclusion that the intent might be a bit different, that does suggest that maybe sort of your policy response should be quite different. So what do I mean exactly? If we go back, right, over the course of at least a decade, if not more, and think of the policy priorities that China has been pursuing internationally, Margaret already mentioned, right, the importance of energy security and food security. But even beyond that, there's a model on the table, right, from Japan as well, historically, that in a lot of ways China's been following, which is the internationalization of its firms, right? They can also use financing not only to create trade and commercial opportunities abroad generally, but as a way to help their firms gain valuable insight into marketing, distribution, market share internationally, gain assets internationally in order to try to grow these firms. And so much of this occurred, particularly with Latin America, right around the financial crisis. As you saw a lot of Western credit leaving the region, you start to see China taking the opportunity to invest in the region, right, to supply new sources of capital. Today, China is now the 5th largest creditor in the world. So because of that fact, I think there's been a lot of attention focused on Chinese credit. But there's also, I think, been a tendency to overlook the fact that China is new to the creditor business. They're new to the banking business. And to some extent, there has been a learning curve for China. Particularly if you think of what China was trying to do, right, and compare it to sort of the perception of debt trap diplomacy. First of all, why it may not sort of pan out in a lot of cases throughout Latin America. If you look, even in the most controversial case like Venezuela, if it was debt trap diplomacy, you would be expecting, right, that China's financing to Venezuela would be increasing over time, right? And particularly increasing over the course of the last 3 to 4 years. If you look at databases that the Dialogue, Margaret Center has put together, as well as other sort of sources for financing, if anything, there's been a deleveraging, right, from China over the course of the last several years, right? So that doesn't really necessarily fit with the story of purposely trying to entrap these countries in order to have more influence and also secure assets. In addition to that, if you think of the amount of money that China has poured into, from a soft power perspective, billions and billions of dollars into the notion of them being a rising developing country power, right, that offers an alternative development pathway, it would undermine that entire strategy, right, if all of a sudden a slew, right, of cases of indebtedness and defaults piled up, right? As Margaret mentioned already, on a high level, many officials within China are quite concerned, right, about the fallout of cases not only in Venezuela, but Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and elsewhere. Finally, if we think of the way, and this is where the learning curve becomes really important, think of the way that China has gone about being a creditor internationally. They've tried to differentiate themselves from other creditors in the West. We mentioned policy conditionality before. This has been the major way that China's tried to differentiate its financing. It says, hey, we're banking unconditionally, right? We will not have the policy conditionality associated with the Washington Census historically. This is part of the way they're able to make that development pitch of South-to-South cooperation. However, in doing that, right, they instead, right, if you're a creditor, you have to worry about how you get repaid. But the conditions that they've implemented have tended to been more commercial conditions, more on a micro level rather than the macro level. And that's where sort of the learning curve in terms of being a creditor is quite important. The United States and other Western powers adopted, right, even though it's very controversial, they adopted the Washington Consensus and conditionality because of the lost decade, because of problems during the debt crisis. So that is sort of the solution, right, to the region's history of debt problems. That's what sort of Western creditors tried to do to implement, a pathway to make sure they got repaid. As China has said, we're not going to use that policy conditionality, we're going to use commercial conditionality instead, they've de-emphasized macroeconomic risk, they've de-emphasized economic governance, and emphasized, commercial returns, which is fine, but they've exposed themselves to macroeconomic risk. So think of the contracts and the things that they have asked for in return for the lending. It's been very similar to tide aid historically, right? So if you use Chinese financing, then you have to use Chinese suppliers. Buy Chinese machinery, right? So effectively, a lot of these policy bank loans are a form of export promotion on some level. Additionally, many of you probably heard about oil for loan deals, right? There are commodity guarantees in these contracts that basically say, okay, if we're going to lend to your government, the same time your state oil company is going to sell oil to China, right? And with the proceeds of that oil, you can pay back this outstanding debt. So you have this commercial focus as a solution, right? Countries like Venezuela have this oil in the ground. Well, why not collateralize that oil? And then you don't have an indebtedness issue, right? So I think that was part of the strategic thinking. The problem is that there is a local governance issue, right? In a lot of ways, right, you can say within China, when you're telling local governments that we're going to prioritize infrastructure and growth, and those local governments have GDP targets that they have to comply with, that can be a successful strategy. Internationally, right, China has less sway in local governance issues with Latin America, and they're emphasizing sovereignty. But that means, right, there's going to be a lot of variation in the region depending upon local governance. And when local governance is not sound, that opens up China as a creditor to a tremendous amount of risk. Essentially, this is what happened in the Venezuelan case, and this is why intent's so important, because I would argue that China didn't intend to create sort of this massive amount of indebtedness within Venezuela. If you even look at the amount of debt that China is responsible for out of total Venezuelan debt, you're talking about 7% or so, right? The bigger issue has been the lack of conditionality, right? So you've had sort of Venezuelan government that's been able to spend massively, create tremendous credit, expand the money supply to the extent to which you've created hyperinflation. But simultaneously, right, you've had oil production in Venezuela falling off from 3 million barrels a day back in 2013 to effectively it's likely to be about 1.2 million barrels a day by the end of this year. So you have this tremendous fall off in oil production, but how is China securitizing its lending? Through oil collateral, right? So this has created a problem for China as a creditor. So if anything, they've been trying to deleverage themselves from Venezuela. Ultimately, why is this important, right? I mentioned the importance of identifying what the intent of China is and decoupling that from Russia. Why would it be important? I think it's important from a policy perspective because then you can think of what are the best ways for the United States to rise to the competitive challenge from China. So in certain cases, such as highlighted in Venezuela, you have projects that have been less successful. You have macroeconomic management that's been less successful, but it's a portfolio. Other countries, you've had projects that look like they'll be far more successful in places like Argentina, cargo trains and things along these lines, investments in energy sectors, in mining that have sort of perhaps the potential to be more successful. Also, all the infrastructure projects that Margaret was just talking about as well. That raises a question, if you really want to then rise to the China challenge, what do you do from the United States perspective? You have to offer, right, a development alternative. These are sovereign nations that can assess their own cost and benefits, using sort of hardline rhetoric, I think from the Cold War historically, is likely to have likely to be less salient in the region, less powerful, and anything undercut the U.S. position. So I think a great example of what the United States and this present administration did in the last few years that would be an excellent way to move forward is the BUILD Act, which is essentially an act that says, we recognize that China is dedicating finance to infrastructure, to development within Latin America. We're also going to make similar types of offer. We're going to look at institutions we have like OPIC. We're going to increasingly capitalize those institutions so they compete with China, not only sort of on a broad Latin American level, but even allowing those institutions to do things like invest directly in equity in the way that China has in order to meet that competitive challenge. So again, in closing, I think it's very important to properly identify the intent, right, of countries as they emerge as creditors. I think what we see in terms of intent in here, in terms of Russia, I think it's quite different from China. Certainly, I think there is lots of secondary concerns, as Margaret just highlighted, that people do have to kind of keep in mind in terms of a long-term security perspective, what this means, what these new economic ties mean. But that being said, I think if you mischaracterize the intentions of China and what they're trying to do with investment, it may cause the United States to, from a regional perspective, lose more influence rather than gain influence, right? And I think if you use tools like we've seen with the BUILD Act in order to offer the region a development alternative, I think that's a lot more likely to be a successful strategy moving forward than some of the harder line approaches that we've seen today.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Stephen. That's really insightful. So I'm going to ask the first question here, and I kind of want to tie it in with all the discussions we had early in the morning, specifically on Venezuela, but a little bit on Central America. Taking into account both China, that as of right now, it seems to have a lack of care of strengthening government, democratic government institutions, mainly for a lot of their creditor learning curve that they're going through and their own internal reasonings. And then Russia, obviously, because one of their big motives is to thwart U.S. interests. Is there a way, to pull some diplomatic levers, both with Russia, and you covered it just now a little bit with China, to try to get them to come to the bargaining table when it comes to solving some of the crisis in Venezuela? And I'll start with Russia.
I think somebody earlier today said if I had that answer, I wouldn't be sitting here. I don't know that there is a way, because we're really, if they're backing a regime that the U.S. does not recognize or accept. So, in my opinion, the bargaining table exists on where you have to begin, which is on humanitarian grounds, right? That's the front and center crisis. And there too, I'm not sure that I see Moscow as being particularly interested in solving that with us. We did see last year, definitely on Russian-sponsored, state-sponsored television, the delivery of both food and medical equipment on behalf of Russia to Venezuela. So that was a data point from last year, but I haven't seen that kind of humanitarian assistance sustained. I think I'm gonna pass on that. I don't know how we get beyond, it's possible that we could, in a parallel way, both provide kind of some stopgap measures to the extreme humanitarian conditions, but to find a solution, I think is pretty difficult at this point.
Especially with Russia, that'd be a harder position. Doug?
I would say, essentially, for the Venezuela case, Venezuela doesn't want a solution that includes the United States. So there's very difficult to say we can get involved because they don't want that. I think there is a broader issue, and it's something that Eric Olson mentioned earlier, and that is I think you can construct a regional alliance around the issues of corruption, which is the one that I think is most debilitating in the region, the one that brings the sense of despair that Eric talked about, which I think is very real in the Central American region, I think extends beyond that. And the way to counteract, I think, the aggressive growth of both Russia, which doesn't actually have a lot of money to offer. I mean, the beauty of what Russia is able to do, unlike China, they don't have much to offer, so they don't offer much, but they have friends who are willing to take it and play the geopolitical game with them. But if you can build an alliance around, the United States has specific interests that no longer really overlap with Latin American interests. We're interested in counter-narcotics and migration. They're interested in bringing down violence, building an economies where they can work and stay at home, et cetera. The overlap there is corruption. And if there is a corruption agenda that we can get broad buy-in on, you'll push back on the Chinese and Russians because they do not share that agenda. And people are very, very aware that what China brings is a massive increase in official corruption because people take the money and run. So I think on a broader level, there is, specifically with Venezuela, until the regime decides they want help, there's not much we can do with them.
Thanks, Doug. And then from the China side?
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, China, as was mentioned, the financing from China has in fact decreased over time, especially over the past 3 years or so. But China continues to invest in extractives and in other sectors in a less extensive way, and considers that a form of assistance to Venezuela, economically speaking. China's also tried on its own, right, to influence economic policy in Venezuela, to advise on financial management, and now to be a little bit more influential by working directly with PDVSA and through a series of different joint ventures to try and increase production in order to get themselves paid back. But anything more than that, especially in cooperation with the United States, would be seen as violating this policy of non-interference in the domestic affairs of sovereign nations. So I can't imagine much more than what they're doing now. And Wang Yi, the foreign minister, and many others have said many times over that they have full confidence in the Venezuelan government to resolve its own domestic issues.
Yeah, so I think in many ways, just to pick up on that, what we see from China today in Venezuela is not acting as a lender of last resort, right? So debt trap diplomacy would suggest, hey, they're a lender of last resort and they're trying to get assets. Yes, they're deleveraging from the highest peak they had, but it doesn't mean that they're completely gone. They are trying to lend defensively, much as our banks did in the 1980s in order to recover their investment. As mentioned, these investments are tied to oil and oil collateral, so they're trying to help through joint ventures and other ways, help Venezuela boost that oil production, right? But that's sort of the limits in terms of the direct policy intervention. How might we get, I think your question in some ways would be, how might we ensure good outcomes, good welfare outcomes within Latin America? I think as Margaret was mentioning before, there's in some ways even a honeymoon phase, right, between Latin America and China where, particularly after the Belt and Road, expectations are very high. How to make a difference, I think in some ways, is through third nations, right? And essentially, again, as mentioned, these are sovereign nations, but nations that really need to, with China, bargain very hard, right? And we've seen that nations that have successfully bargained hard have gotten better deals, right? So for example, bargaining for things, think of the Brazilian case. Why was Chinese investment so slow to come into Brazil relative to other countries? Brazil has very tight labor laws. And they're very clear that they didn't want China to bring sort of manual labor into Brazil, right? China then has incrementally adjusted its strategy, right? And we don't see a lot of manual labor coming into Brazil or Argentina or elsewhere. It's mostly engineers. So where you get very strong local governance, I think you get better outcomes. Another example could also be in Ecuador, where there has been a lot of concern about environmental issues and indigenous issues and a lot of sort of grassroots activity that has caused China to reflect about, well, if these projects, because of protests, because of sort of, local pushback, end up getting delayed, that can really hurt our bottom line, right? And so I think when there is this grassroots activity and local governance that really pushes back and ensures that these deals are negotiated well or adjusted along the way, I think you get pretty good outcomes. So the role for the United States, in addition to offering sort of more of a development package to the region that would be comparable to China. The other role would be to think of using our tools in terms of civil society, all these tools within the United States that operate globally in order to improve governance. I think you can also use those tools to ensure that local governance is doing their best in order to get good outcomes, right? Even in terms of infrastructure, the extent to which you have open bidding, concessions, functioning in a way that is very legally transparent, you're more likely to get better outcomes as a nation, right? So I think those are the potential pathways.
Thanks a lot, Stephen. And I know we're out of time, but I'm just going to keep it for 5 more minutes just to take 2 questions. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, so 1 microphone. I think it's 3 microphones. So we'll do 3 questions. Nope, 2. So 1 for Fabiana and 1 for the lady in the back.
Fabiana Pereira, Perry Center. My question is, we know what the consequences are of defaulting from traditional creditors. The region is certainly not a stranger to defaulting from traditional creditors. What are the consequences of defaulting to China or from Chinese loans? And have we seen this anywhere yet?
That's the first question. If we can get the second question, and then we'll open it up for the panelists.
Hello? Okay. Yes, I have a question about the risks that you said that it's really good to know what their incentives are. And what would there be for the U.S. governments, but also for private sector, from the surveillance that is given by Russia with tools to actually do the surveillance, and from dealings with China with kind of internet packages that come already with citizen surveillance installed in them, and with dealings that are sent to China with companies that are being exported to China to work there, as data that's stored in China is therefore China's data. What kind of repercussions can come from that? Thank you.
So what we'll do is we'll start with you, and then we'll work our way. And in the answer, just go ahead and provide some your closing comments.
Sounds terrific. In terms of the issue of debt, what are the repercussions of a default in somewhere like Venezuela? I think this is where contract transparency is really key. In a lot of cases, even though a lot of the lending has been approved historically by the Congress in Venezuela, we don't know exactly what those contracts entail. What it might mean then is it has repercussions for how that debt burden is resolved and the ordering and sequencing of how creditors are repaid. So there could be language, for example, that gives primacy to China being repaid that then may have impact for other creditors. In addition to that, I also think, in terms of how a debt default would be important or in what ways, would also be just in terms of the longer term solution in terms of the oil sector, right? That given, for example, for Venezuela, so much of the underlying collateral is based upon oil production, that indeed, if you had a default, that would even worsen government accounts, right? And worsen sort of the state oil company, and then sort of have a increasing question about sort of oil production moving forward, then there is sort of a question also in terms of, okay, oil assets and so forth, as we've seen in the case of Citgo, how are those resolved, right? So I think it's not only a question of debt burden then on a broad national level, but also debt burden within the oil sector. So.
Yeah, I don't have a lot more to add to that other than the fact that I think there's one example of debt forgiveness in Africa that if Dr. Bradagam were here would be able to tell us about extensively. And that's kind of the only one, and it was very under the radar, I think purposefully. China doesn't want to set a precedent here, especially, given a lot of these major debt obligations owed to China across the world at this point. But I know that China is planning to rely to a considerable degree on these sort of strong government-to-government relations to try to come to a best outcome for themselves, right, in the event that a default is likely, and to be able to restructure the debt along favorable terms. So we'll see if that happens, depending upon who's running Venezuela in the coming years.
Thanks, Julia.
Sure. So I'm going to leave it to Doug to talk about the details of the particular surveillance equipment that Russia has provided, because I don't know too much about that. But I thought I would mention a related issue and what the risks are with that. And that is, there have been discussions between Moscow and Havana about the reestablishment of the signals intelligence base in Cuba, the Lourdes space. And were that to reopen, for example, that of course would be a very unwelcome development for the U.S. military, because it would provide Russia with a much greater ability to monitor U.S. military movements both in the region and the southern part of the United States. So that is kind of one risk that is out there. And, that's just kind of one example of why there's like a slippery slope in terms of the relationships that Moscow seeks to strengthen, and the footholds that then can provide Russia entree into other things. The Russian military is no match for the U.S. In terms of global power projection, but I think that is the very reason why establishing these kind of small, light footprints in areas that are very, very far from Russia kind of have the potential to provide Russia with significant gains in its own capabilities.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the beauty of the Gerasimov doctrine. It explains why they need to have these multiple different ways to get at power. But I think on the listening and surveillance, I think that what it does is essentially empower autocratic governments to become more autocratic very quickly in ways that are very difficult for the United States or others to counteract or even understand initially. Because when the United States, for example, stopped allowing Russia to put in their GLONASS spots around the United States so they could map the United States to cover, because it was all dual use, and it was going right to the military as well as to what would be our equivalent of Google Earth. And there was a lot of concern about them having exact targeting capabilities that they were building themselves in our country, putting together where they wanted to look and then being able to look there. And so the fact that the first thing that Russia does in every country where it has a major presence is establish that facility, and they have a giant building now in Managua to supposedly for that, but also has other capabilities, I think demonstrates their interest in carrying out a much broader type of surveillance and monitoring of U.S. activities and probably other people's activities as well. But I think the immediate impact we saw in Nicaragua, you saw a student movement that thought it was safe using WhatsApp because everybody says WhatsApp is safe, it's encrypted, you can't do it. It didn't turn out to be that way. And very quickly they targeted the leaders, they targeted who was doing the organization, and decapitated it. So that's, I think, the clear implication, and I think it's very swift, and the Venezuelans have that capacity now. I think that's one of the reasons why you have so much trouble now organizing, besides all the internal problems, opposition there. They're trying to sell the same system to Paraguay. I don't know if Paraguay has bought it yet or not. So they've given it to some friends, and they're marketing it aggressively in the rest of the hemisphere to anyone who wants to buy it.
Thanks a lot, Doug. Well, that concludes our panel. Just wanted to give a round of applause, but it also, well, go ahead, give a round of applause. And thanks a lot, everyone, for participating today in the forum today. Hopefully it was insightful. It was for me. And thank you for everyone's participation.